The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House of communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 20th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Randy K. Weber, Sr. to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority-minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties, and each member other than the majority-minority leaders and the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the longtime Adams County, Pennsylvania volunteer first responder, Kevin Bream. Kevin passed away while on duty as an emergency medical technician on April 9th of 2026. From his teenage years, Kevin devoted his life to public service. A lifelong resident of East Berlin, Pennsylvania, he was a life member of the Northeast Adams Fire and EMS, where he had served as a deputy chief and mentor to so many aspiring first responders. Throughout 42 years of being a first responder, Kevin amassed thousands of hours of training through his fire, his rescue, and EMS disciplines. Most certainly, Kevin impacted the lives of countless individuals with his professional expertise and his kind and thoughtful nature. On behalf of the entire 13th Congressional District, I offer prayers and condolences to Kevin's family and to his fellow first responders throughout Adams and York counties, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the career of my friend, Coach John Franco, an educator and a football coach who positively impacted the lives of high school students at 4 schools over the last 33 years. A native of Blair County, Pennsylvania, John Franco recently announced his retirement from coaching. Most recently, he was head coach of the Tyrone area high school football team. During his 2 stints at Tyrone, which spanned over 25 years, Coach Franco led the football team to a combined record of 230-71 and 3 appearances in state title games. His 1999 team won the PIAA Class 2A championship. With an overall career record of 291-154 2 ties, Coach Franco ranks 25th in PIAA football victories. Coach Franco has stated that the highlight of his entire career was coaching his 2 sons, Johnny and Steve. Both sons earned all-state recognition. Coach Franco was a standout football star in his own right at Bishop Guilfoyle High School, where he later served on that coaching staff. On behalf of everyone in the 13th Congressional District, I express my gratitude to Coach Franco, to his commitment to the development of young people, and offer best wishes for success in all of his future endeavors. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, with great pride, I rise to acknowledge the successful and effective implementation of the Behavioral Health Pod in the Emergency Department at UPMC Altoona. Supported in part with federal funding that I was honored to facilitate, this innovative space provides patients seeking emergency treatment for behavioral health conditions with a dedicated, safe, and therapeutic environment separated from the traditional emergency department. As the first anniversary of the pod's opening at UPMC Altoona approaches, approximately 500 patients have already benefited from this novel treatment approach. Across Pennsylvania, fewer than 5 behavioral health pods are operational. Within the health pod, trained professionals focus on recovery-centered care support, offering individuals who need that mental health or substance use expertise in times of crisis. Clinicians have emphasized that this approach provides patients with a better experience in private and less stimulating environment to begin their healing process. On behalf of all the constituents in the 13th Congressional District, I congratulate UPMC on this successful implementation. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Library Week and the critical role that libraries play in communities across Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Libraries are so much more than just a place to borrow books. They offer lifelong opportunities in learning through reading. Through my work in Washington, I've had the privilege of bringing books from the Library of Congress to many libraries across Pennsylvania's 13th District. But many libraries are facing real challenges in simply keeping their lights on. That is exactly why I introduced the Community Passport Services Access Act. This legislation takes a practical, common sense step to help libraries remain viable community hubs by allowing the library to continue offering passport services, bringing in needed revenue, expanding services for residents, and reinforcing their role as a one-stop resource for the public. This bill is about keeping library doors open. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. If you recognize those words, which most Americans would, it's the words that are in the Gambler. The Gambler was performed successfully by Kenny Rogers, but it was written by Don Schlitz. Don Schlitz was 23 years old when he wrote that song. He was one of the greatest songwriters of our time. He passed away last Thursday night in Nashville, Tennessee at the age of 73. He was a member of the Country Music Hall of Fame, the Songwriters Hall of Fame, the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, and he won 2 Grammy Awards. He had 3 CMA Song of the Year awards and was ASCAP's Country Songwriter of the Year 4 consecutive years. What a career he had. Among his 25 hits that hit #1 were, of course, The Gambler by Kenny Rogers, Forever and Ever Amen by Randy Travis, When You Say Nothing at All, Keith Whitley made a hit out of it, and so did Alison Krauss, 40-Hour Week by Alabama, One Promise Too Late by Reba, He Thinks He'll Keep Her by Mary Chapin Carpenter, who co-wrote the song with Don, Strong Enough to Bend by Tanya Tucker, and On the Other Hand by Randy Travis. He had his first major hit with The Gambler in '78. He was 23 and he'd come to Nashville after going to Duke for a while. He wanted to be a songwriter and he came to Nashville with $80 in his pocket. That was the first song he wrote that ever got recorded. Bobby Bare did it first, didn't sell enough or well, and then finally Kenny Rogers got it, and it's become one of the greatest songs we know in history. That song would win him both the Song of the Year at the CMA Awards and the Country Song of the Year at the Grammys. He was also a friend of mine. He was a wonderful human being with a big heart. He used to call me his congressman, even though he lived in Nashville and I was in Memphis. I was honored by that appellation, and I'll take it for the rest of my life as a great honor. He served at the Room at the Inn, helping people who were homeless. He just had a big heart. He leaves his wife, Stacy, who's a sweetheart, a son and a daughter, Corey, Pete the son, and a brother and a sister. He leaves behind a great legacy and a great history of country music and songs that move the spirit. God bless you, my friend Don Schlitz. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary work of the Arkansas Mission of Mercy Dental Clinic and its executive director, my good friend, Dr. Terry Fiddler of Conway, Arkansas. For more than 20 years, including just last weekend, Arkansas Mission of Mercy has provided free, high-quality dental care for families who would otherwise go without. Each year in Conway, hundreds of Arkansans line up in the early morning hours, some arriving before 3 a.m. for the chance to receive care. Throughout these annual clinics, Mission of Mercy has served more than 28,000 patients and delivered over $23 million in free dental services across our state. This effort is powered by more than 800 volunteers, including dozens of dentists, hygienists, and medical professionals who give their time to serve their neighbors. Dr. Fiddler and the Arkansas Mission of Mercy are not just restoring smiles, they're restoring dignity, health, and quality of life for thousands of Arkansans. I thank Dr. Fiddler, his team, for their years of service to our state. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the importance of financial literacy. April is National Financial Literacy Month, and it's worth pausing to recognize why it matters so much to our families. Every day, Americans make decisions that shape their financial future: how to save, how to budget, how to plan for the unexpected. These choices have lasting consequences, and yet too many people navigate them without the right tools or knowledge. As a former community banker and investment advisor, helping Arkansans understand their finances and plan for a secure future was one of the most rewarding chapters in my career. The basics are simple but powerful. Live within your means. Save for that rainy day. Take advantage of compound interest. Plan ahead. It's never too early or too late to learn about financial literacy. If you don't know where to start, reach out to your local bank or financial advisor or financial planner in your community. When Americans have the confidence and knowledge to manage their money well, they are better positioned for long-term success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and extraordinary legacy of a true Arkansas leader, John Purfoy Gill, who passed away last month at the age of 89. John was a decorated Marine, retiring a lieutenant colonel, and a distinguished attorney who helped shape Arkansas law for decades. From serving as a delegate to the Arkansas Constitutional Convention to leading the Arkansas Bar Association, his impact on our legal community is lasting and profound. But John's leadership extended well beyond the law. A historian, a preservationist, and a storyteller who dedicated his life to capturing the spirit of the natural state. His books, his work with our State Parks Commission, and his deep involvement in historic preservation ensured that Arkansas's story would be told and long remembered. I had the privilege of working closely with him to honor Scipio A. Jones, where John's research and advocacy were instrumental in placing this foundational and incredibly important attorney's portrait in the Little Rock Post Office that now bears his name. John was a dear friend and a trusted voice. I loved our collaboration in historic preservation, outdoor recreation, and public service. He leaves behind not just an extraordinary professional legacy, but a loving family, a stronger Arkansas, and a standard of service that will continue to guide us. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize that last month, on March 6th, Alan Greenspan celebrated his centennial, 100 years old. Most Americans know him well as a man who ran the Federal Reserve for nearly 20 years, 4 presidents, historic prosperity, and more than a few financial crises under his watch. Often called the maestro, he was confirmed as the Fed chair on August 11th, 1987, just 2 months before Black Monday, the largest single decline in market history. The next morning, the Fed issued a one-sentence statement. The Federal Reserve, consistent with its responsibilities as the nation's central bank, affirmed today its readiness to serve as a source of liquidity to support the economic and financial system. Short, calm, unambiguous. Markets stabilized, the crash did not become a depression. That was Greenspan, precise under pressure, deliberate when others were panicking. He went on to navigate the savings and loan crisis, the Gulf War recession, and the dot-bomb boom. My best wishes for his centennial and my best wishes to his family. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to draw attention of the House to another milestone in the extraordinary history of the submarine capital of the world, Groton, Connecticut, where this Saturday USS Idaho, SSN 799, will be commissioned. Idaho is the 26th Virginia-class attack submarine delivered to the U.S. Navy and the 7th such vessel built by the U.S. Submarine Industrial Base in the last 40 years. It is a technological marvel weighing 7,800 tons and the product of a workforce at the Electric Boat Shipyard of 26,000 hardworking, talented people. Building a submarine is an extremely complex enterprise. Submarines operate in an environment that does not support human life, with a crew of 135 sailors. The boat is powered by a nuclear reactor and is armed with an arsenal to carry out its mission of deterrence so important to our national security. Needless to say, there is no margin for error in its construction. The good news is, as the output of the Virginia-class program has grown, the proficiency of a new generation of shipyard workers has accelerated over the last 10 years, and the submarine quality scores by the Navy during submarine sea trials has steadily improved. In the case of USS Idaho, the Navy recorded the highest score in the history of the Virginia program. Mr. Speaker, this successful commissioning is happening at a time when the volume of production is also hitting historic highs, and hiring has been growing over the last 10 years. This poster, produced by the U.S. Navy, depicts the volume of submarine construction tonnage in the U.S. starting in 1952 to my far right, through the present and into the future of 2054. The orange bar represents tonnage in 2026, which is on par with the peak of high-rate production in the midst of the Cold War. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, that Groton, Connecticut is the submarine capital of the world, full stop, period. It is not, as some are trying to claim or trying to say, is reclaiming its title. Indeed, after Idaho's commissioning on Saturday, EB and its teaming partner, Huntington Ingalls, are hard at work delivering the USS Arkansas, SSN 800, which is now in the water, performing sea trials, and USS Utah, SSN 801, which I visited in Groton with Chief of Naval Operations Daryl Caudle a few days ago, soon to be floated off to join Arkansas for at-sea testing. They will be the 27th and the 28th Virginia-class submarines delivered to the fleet as soon as the end of this calendar year. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, Groton is the yard where the first of the Columbia-class SSBNs, USS District of Columbia, is in final stage of production and assembly. Columbia submarines weigh 21,000 tons, 2.5 times the size of a Virginia. And once again, the EB workforce defied the skeptics and naysayers when the Navy announced that the delivery of that boat is being moved up to calendar year 2028 from 2029, which was the Navy's prior plan. As ranking member of the Sea Power Subcommittee on House Armed Services, I cannot overstate how extraordinary it is to have the first in class of a program, its delivery date, move forward rather than back. The strong momentum at the Groton Yard and its sister shipyard in Quonset Point, Rhode Island, received another round of good news when EB recently announced its hiring goal for 2026. The overall goal is 8,000 new workers in 2026, 3,400 in Rhode Island, 4,600 in Groton. The plan will take the workforce from 26,000 to over 30,000 for the first time since the 1980s. Once again, the skeptics are scoffing at this goal, but as someone who has been directly involved in the adult job training programs and helping equip career and technical schools, as well as regular comprehensive high schools with apparatus to run metal trades curriculum, I have no doubt that Groton will meet its goal. Indeed, a week ago, EB held a job fair in Waterford, Connecticut, expecting perhaps a few hundred visits. Instead, 1,800 people showed up. They had to cut off the line a few hours into the event because the HR staff was so overwhelmed. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday at the USS Idaho commissioning, the head of naval reactors, Admiral Bill Houston, the successor to the father of the nuclear Navy, Hyman Rickover, will deliver keynote remarks, and it will be a proud moment for the ship's commanding officer, Commander Chad Gilliarat, his crew, and their families. It will also be a strong reaffirmation at the Groton Sub Base, America's oldest submarine base, that the men and women who work at Electric Boat have once again demonstrated to our nation and the world that Groton is still and always will be the submarine capital of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know why a bicycle can't stand up by itself, because it's too tired. We also go through life being too tired sometimes, but for two married veterans, in Northeast Florida, they are overcoming being too tired because they, Mr. Speaker, are on a mission. Ashton and Casey Kroner are undertaking an amazing journey. This June, they will leave Green Cove Springs, Florida, and travel all 737 miles here to Washington, D.C. to advocate for change on bicycles. They call it Pedal for Impact. Casey is currently battling cancer. His journey reflects what too many veterans experience, a health system that should work better. His story is not about blame, but about awareness, urgency, and getting this right for the next veteran. Mr. Speaker, veterans face higher cancer risks due to toxic exposures, yet screening still rely largely on age rather than exposure history. That gap leads to delays, difficult treatments, and outcomes we can and must improve. Ashton and Casey are seeking solutions as they ride through Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia. They carry a simple message: screen earlier, detect sooner, save lives. And in a town about moving the needle, when we all talk about leadership, they show us what you can accomplish sometimes, that moving the needle comes by moving the pedals and shifting into high gear. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we're all too tired, but Ashton and Casey show us that no moment is too big to squeeze the brakes. We must keep moving forward for our veterans and in the fight against cancer. Godspeed on their mission and journey. Pedal on, Ashton and Casey. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by guest chaplain, Pastor Chad Weeks, Russell Baptist Church, Green Cove Springs, Florida.
Let's pray. God of heaven and sovereign Lord of the nations, we come before you in this chamber, mindful of your holiness, goodness, justice, and mercy. From our founding, this nation has known its need for you, and we confess that we've often strayed from your ways. Have mercy on us and forgive us. We thank you for sustaining, preserving, and protecting this nation through these 250 years and for every undeserved blessing you've given. Grant wisdom, integrity, and humility to these lawmakers, that they may govern justly and serve faithfully. Restrain and frustrate all who seek evil, ruin, or violence against this land. Turn the heart of our nation back to you and grant our children a future marked by truth, righteousness, peace, and freedom to walk in your ways. We ask this in the name of your glorious Son, our only Savior and Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a world that often feels out of control, marked by anxiety and fear, how do we respond to the chaos? Pastor Chad Weeks reminds us of a simple but powerful answer: faith. Today, I rise to honor Pastor Chad Weeks of Russell Baptist Church in Green Cove Springs, Florida, and to thank him for serving as the House guest chaplain. As lead pastor of an historic church founded by his great-grandparents in 1916, Pastor Weeks carries a legacy of service. Under his leadership, Russell Baptist has become a place to find strength in adversity and hope in times of hardship. In a season of rapid growth, he has remained steadfast to holding firm biblical truths while investing in the next generation through thriving youth ministries and community outreach. It's a true honor to welcome Pastor Weeks to our nation's capital, along with his parents, Jimmy and Joan Weeks, his wife, Ashley, and their 4 children, Ava, Eden, Ella, and John. I'm grateful for his friendship, Mr. Speaker, and his ministry in Clay County, Florida, and particularly for his boldness in sharing the gospel. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will entertain further requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and ultimate sacrifice of Deputy Michael Leroy Jimerson of the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, who was tragically killed in the line of duty April 2nd, 2026. Deputy Jimerson made the ultimate sacrifice to his community. He put others before himself, living out the oath he took with courage, selflessness, and an unwavering commitment to protect those around him. Mike served his community for 16 years with the Sheriff's Department, beginning as a volunteer before becoming a deputy. He answered the serve to call, not because he had to, but because he believed in it. He was a devoted husband to his high school sweetheart, Sheila, a proud father, and a loving grandfather. To his family, he was protected and a steady presence. To his community, he was someone you could depend on. This loss of deputy is deeply felt across South Mississippi. As the former sheriff of this same organization, I know the risks that come with the badge and the kind of character it takes to wear it every day. We honor his memory, we pray for his family, and we stand with the men and women who have come to serve. Mike, you will not be forgotten. Rest in peace, brother. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish former Senator Pat Roberts a very happy 90th birthday. For decades, Senator Roberts showed up for Kansas, first as a Marine and then for our rural communities as chairman of both the Senate and House Agriculture Committees. When he was elected to the Senate in 1996, he promised that, quote, when Kansas spoke, Washington would listen. No matter your political party, that kind of commitment is something that we should all respect and emulate. Personally, I've appreciated the guidance he has shared with me over the years, especially on the Farm Bill. He understands still today that agriculture isn't just part of our state's economy, it is in our blood. His mentorship is a reminder that even in a place like DC, you can still come together, share stories, and learn from one another. So today, we celebrate a Kansan who spent a lifetime working on our behalf. Happy 90th birthday, Senator Roberts, and thank you for all of your service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday morning, Shreveport lost 8 precious children in a senseless act of violence. 8 children, the youngest just 3 years of age, gone way too soon. And there are simply no words. Our hearts break for the families and everyone in the Cedar Grove neighborhood who are dealing with this unimaginable grief. We extend our deepest condolences to each of the families who lost loved ones and will continue to uplift those 2 women who were injured. I encourage Louisiana and the nation to join me in praying for these families and for this community. I also like to commend the officers and first responders who had witnessed this firsthand for their bravery and dedication. Shreveport is hurting now, but we have seen tough times before, and I know we will get through it again. To the people of Cedar Grove, you're not alone. The nation stands with you, and we will work through this together. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Artemis II crew on their successful mission around the moon. On this historic journey, Christina Koch made history as the first woman to travel this far into space. I'm especially excited to celebrate Christina's achievement because she's a proud graduate of NC State University in my district. Go Pack. She's an inspiration to women and girls everywhere who want to pursue a career in a field that has been dominated by men. Artemis II reminds us of the power of investing in space, science, and innovation, and as Christina shared, the power of a crew. These 4 extraordinary astronauts set the stage for future space program and future generations of scientists. Let's continue to make robust investments in science that will propel us to new heights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on April 17, 2026, at 11:15 a.m., that the Senate pass without amendment H.R. 8322. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bill and joint resolution were signed by the Speaker on Friday, April 17, 2026.
H.R. 8322, House Joint Resolution 140.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7386 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 533, H.R. 7386, a bill to amend the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012 to reauthorize the First Responder Network Authority and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 7386, the First Responder Network Authority Reauthorization Act, led by Representative Dunn. The First Responder Network Authority, FirstNet, was born to solve the problems first responders faced during 9/11 terrorist attacks. In 2012, Congress established FirstNet as a dedicated network for first responders so they would never again suffer the severe communication failures that undermine their ability to coordinate and respond to the attacks. Nearly 15 years later, FirstNet has become a vital tool for first responders nationwide, and it is time for Congress to reauthorize this program so they can continue to do their life-saving work. Plain and simple, this legislation reauthorizes the important tool for first responders and makes improvements to ensure long-term success of the network while increasing transparency and accountability with the program. This legislation has strong bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time to myself as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 7386, the First Responder Network Authority Reauthorization Act, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. On 9/11, first responders faced tremendous challenges trying to communicate with each other and coordinate their response to the terrorist attacks. There was no dedicated network for public safety communications, and in 2012, Congress fixed that problem by authorizing the creation of the First Responder Network Authority, or FirstNet. FirstNet has become a cornerstone of our nation's public safety communications. It ensures that first responders, no matter where they serve, have access to a reliable, interoperable, and resilient broadband network that prioritizes public safety when it matters most. Today, that mission is more critical than ever. As natural disasters, extreme weather events, and emergencies grow more frequent and more complex, our first responders need communications capabilities supported by infrastructure they can depend on without fail. This bill takes an important step forward on a bipartisan basis towards that goal. It reauthorizes FirstNet for 10 years, providing certainty for the public safety community for the foreseeable future, and at the same time, it strengthens oversight, transparency, and the accountability of the FirstNet Authority, ensuring that this vital network remains responsive, effective, and worthy of the trust placed in it by first responders. It also provides important clarity about the relationship between the board and the FirstNet Authority, ensuring that public safety professionals remain at the core of decision-making. Importantly, it strikes the right balance, preserving speed and operational continuity while ensuring that governance keep pace with the scale and importance of the network. Oversight and stability are not competing goals. They complement one another for the benefit of public safety. I want to thank Ranking Members Pallone and Matsui, Chairman Guthrie and Hudson, and my colleague, Dr. Donna Florida, for their leadership and partnership on advancing this bill. This is a strong bipartisan product, shaped through regular order in the Energy and Commerce Committee with input from stakeholders. Ultimately, this legislation is grounded in a shared commitment to supporting those who put their lives on the line every single day. I urge my colleagues to support 7386, House Resolution 7386, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Dunn.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am grateful to be here in support of this bipartisan common sense bill to reauthorize the First Responder Network Authority, and I'd like to thank Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Hudson for their work throughout this process. Along with my colleague on the other side of the aisle, my friend Representative Jennifer McClellan of Virginia, for co-leading this legislation with me. The First Responder Network Authority, known as FirstNet, was established by Congress with a clear objective in mind: build a preemptive network for first responders that they could rely on in any emergency. And the brave men and women who risk their lives daily in and out for our communities deserve nothing less than a resilient and dependable communication system. The FirstNet has delivered on this promise, and today it is the backbone of public safety communication in the United States. The authority governing FirstNet is set to expire in February of 2027 without proper action, and we are putting the safety of our first responders and our communities first in our crucial list. This crucial legislation would extend that authority through September of 2037, given the FirstNet long-term certainty it needs to continue investing in our nation's safety. In the wake of some of the most destructive natural disasters in recent memory, the importance of this network could not be more clear. My home state of Florida understands all too well, however devastating these natural disasters can be. My district has endured literally dozens of hurricanes and tropical storms in the last 10 years, most notably Hurricane Michael in 2018. And in those moments when every second counts, when innocent lives are on the line, the question of whether or not first responders can communicate with one another should never be in doubt. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the brave men and women who step forward when others step back. A special thank you to Walton County's very own Sheriff, Michael Atkinson, for his leadership and underscoring the imperative of nature of FirstNet. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yeah. How long? 3? Okay. I recognize my friend, Mr. Bost, from Illinois for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I rise today as chairman of the Fire Service Caucus, as former firefighter myself, to speak in support of the reauthorization of the FirstNet. This bill is about making sure that people are on the front lines and can do the job safely and effectively. This year, we mark 25th anniversary of 9/11, one of the darkest days in American history. After September 11th, we learned what happens when communications fail. Firefighters, police, and EMS could not talk to each other across agencies. That breakdown made it an already dangerous situation even worse. Congress created FirstNet to fix that by building a dedicated nationwide network just for public safety. The legislation keeps the network in place and makes it stronger. It extends the FirstNet for another 10 years. The departments that are left those departments aren't left guessing about whether the system will still be there. It increases public safety representation on the board of FirstNet for 3 to 5 members, which means more firefighters and first responders help guide how the network is built and is improved. It also allows the network to invest in newer technology, not just what was defined over a decade ago. Anyone who is in the fire service knows the tools change. Communication systems have to keep up, so they fall. Otherwise, they fall behind very quickly. There are also real accountability measures here, annual reports on cybersecurity, independent evaluations of contractors requiring plans to restore service after the disasters. And if an outage, departments have be notified within 30 minutes. That is kind of the standard first responders expect. When I first joined the fire service, we did not always have dedicated networks like this. You were dealing with radios that did not always connect across jurisdictions. You were relaying messages instead of getting them direct. A system like this would have cut through and made the response more, like this, would make it more coordinated. This is not complicated. Better communications lead to better coordination, and that saves lives. In the past, this passed out of committee 51-0. The kind of agreement shows how important it is. I urge my colleagues to support the efforts, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Georgia.
Yes, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close. So,
the gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7386, the First Responder Network Authority Reauthorization Act. Again, this not only implemented the lessons learned from 9/11, but this bill strengthens the FirstNet Authority so that ultimately a network that could not have been imagined in 2001 now will be always available, dedicated, and interoperable for our first responders so that they know they can do their job and not worry about their communication system going down. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Virginia for her support of this important legislation. Like I said, this is a bipartisan bill, and I urge support of this bill and ask for immediate passage, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves or yields? The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7386 as amended? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the House rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7022 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 534, H.R. 7022. A bill to provide for the transmission of emergency alerts by satellite and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 7022, the Mystic Alerts Act, led by Representative Pfluger. While we work to increase cell phone connectivity across the country, there are and may always be certain areas of this country that do not have access to that connectivity. That can be a problem in times of natural disasters or other emergencies. If you don't have a connection, you may not be able to receive a wireless emergency alert or other emergency notifications. Satellite technology is beginning to bridge that gap with our cell phones, and it could bring a huge benefit for public safety. This legislation would kickstart the process for mobile services providers to utilize satellite connectivity to send alert messages in areas that may not have access to terrestrial cell network coverage. This legislation has strong bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7022, the Mystics Alert Act. Emergency alerting capabilities have come a long way in recent decades as a direct byproduct of innovation and breakthroughs in wireless technology. Not long ago, 911 calls predominantly were made from landline phones, and emergency alerts were received primarily over broadcast television and radio channels. Both capabilities still exist and have an important role in emergency communications, but I expect for most Americans, they make their 911 calls and receive their emergency alerts on their cell phone, a smartphone. The creation of the Wireless Emergency Act, or WEA, in 2012 marked a significant leap forward in our ability to disseminate warning and alert messages to the public. Prior to 2012, Americans needed to already be tuned into broadcast programming to receive an alert being distributed for any number of important situations. In the case of a hurricane or a winter storm that was forecasted in advance, for instance, the emergency alert system was critical for broadly distributing public safety updates and instructions to viewers. But we know that not all emergencies announce themselves days in advance. All across the country, natural disasters like tornadoes, wildfires, and flash floods show up with little or no advance warning. And one tragedy after another has demonstrated that when a wildfire spreads or floodwaters rise rapidly without warning, being able to push emergency warning information out directly to cell phones in a danger zone is one of the most powerful tools we have to save lives. The WEA system allows alerting authorities at nearly every level of government the ability to reach Americans where they are. Cell phones are ubiquitous today, and if we avoid falling into the traps of unclear and over-alerting, it will only continue to be more effective as wireless providers and alerting authorities take steps forward to improve geo-targeting and location accuracy. H.R. 7022 directs the FCC to take steps that will open up the WEA system so that satellite communication providers can leverage direct-to-call capabilities to deliver wireless emergency alerts to cell phones in terrestrial dead zones, where mobile carriers don't have coverage. This is incredibly important for Americans who enjoy spending time in our beautiful natural parks and forests, skiing in the mountains, and exploring other natural areas where connectivity is limited, but where being without emergency information can be deadly, as we saw with Mystic this summer. I thank Representatives Fletcher and Pfluger for their leadership in this effort to not only expand the reach of life-saving emergency alerts, but to turn tragedy into a victory to ensure more families don't suffer the same tragedy. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7022, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the bipartisan H.R. 7022, Mystic Alerts Act, introduced by Congressman Pfluger. Public safety is one of Congress's most serious responsibilities, and this bill addresses a clear and urgent gap in our emergency communication system. Recent disasters have reminded us that when lives are on the line, emergency alerts must work immediately, reliably, and everywhere. But too often, that is not guaranteed. In moments of crisis, terrestrial communications networks can be damaged, overloaded, or simply unavailable. And when that happens, families may not receive the warnings they need until it's too late. Like Congressman Pfluger, my family was directly impacted by the Camp Mystic flooding in Texas. As we all know, I had 2 granddaughters who were there. They lost one of their cousins, Janie Hunt. That tragedy showed in the clearest possible terms how fast conditions can deteriorate and how devastating the consequences can be when warnings do not reach people in time. The Mystic Alerts Act takes an important step forward by directing the FCC to establish standards and requirements for delivering emergency alerts through satellite connectivity. That means building redundancy into the system so that when traditional networks fail, alerts can still get through. That matters for rural communities. It matters for disaster zones. It matters for places where geography, infrastructure damage, or network congestion can leave people isolated at the worst possible moment. And it matters for every American who expects that in an emergency, the government will do everything it can to get critical warning into their hands. This legislation will help modernize our emergency alerting framework, strengthen resilience, and improve our ability to save lives during floods, wildfires, hurricanes, and other disasters. It also honors the victims of Camp Mystic flood by ensuring that we will not simply mourn tragedy, but learn from it and act. I commend Congressman Pfluger for his leadership and for bringing forward a practical, bipartisan solution. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7022, the Mystic Alerts Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized to close.
I think it goes to them.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yes, I have no further speakers.
Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7022, the Mystics Alert Act. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for her support of this bill, and I too encourage all members to vote for H.R. 722 for immediate passage. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7022 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1681.
Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 494, H.R. 1681, a bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to establish an interagency strike force to ensure that certain federal land management agencies, including the organizational units of such agencies, prioritize the review of requests for communications use authorizations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClain, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1681, Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act, sponsored by Representatives Evans and Craig. This legislation establishes an interagency strike force to help prioritize permitting reviews for deploying broadband on federal lands. Broadband has become an essential part of everyday life. We need broadband for work, to stay connected with loved ones, and even for health care and education. But too many Americans still lack access to broadband. Thus, Congress has provided billions of dollars to ensure that every American gets connected. Deploying on federal lands is a critical part of closing the digital divide. Many unserved communities are near federal lands, and thus broadband providers must traverse these lands to reach these unserved homes and businesses. Unfortunately, deploying broadband on federal lands can be burdensome, particularly when it comes to the permitting process. Providers have testified that this complicated process moves slowly, and they are often left in the dark on the status of their applications. As a result, unserved communities are left without the broadband they need as providers wait for agencies to approve their permits. We need to reform the broadband permitting process. Not only do we need to streamline how we review permits, we need to ensure the agencies that manage federal lands prioritize these reviews. H.R. 1681, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Review Act, will help ensure this happens.
H.R. 1681 directs the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to create an interagency strike force that includes the head of each federal land management agency to ensure that they are prioritizing the review of broadband permitting applications. In addition to holding periodic calls, the strike force will establish goals for the review of the request and monitor and hold each agency accountable for these goals. This strike force is necessary to expedite the permitting process so that every American has access to broadband. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank the sponsors, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1681, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act, which was introduced by Representatives Craig and Evans. When communications providers deploy broadband infrastructure, efficiency is critical to stretching their capital investment as far and to as many homes and businesses as possible. In the course of developing and comparing different ways to carry out a project, providers may determine that the most direct route to lay broadband infrastructure requires traversing lands owned and managed by the federal government. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, we have heard testimony from witnesses at hearings about delays and inefficiencies handling permit applications that are pending at the various agencies overseeing federal lands. While environmental and historic preservation protections will always be of paramount importance to me, we should always strive to ensure that our agencies operate as efficiently as possible. With H.R. 1681, Congress can ensure agencies dispense with applications to deploy communications infrastructure more quickly, where no additional environmental or historic preservation due diligence is required. This bill requires the administrator of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, to establish an interagency strike force that will improve collaboration between NTIA and the agencies and departments responsible for reviewing and approving communications use applications. Our intent is for NTIA to bring relevant parties together to identify obstacles and inefficiencies that have slowed progress in the past and collaborate on solutions to address these barriers going forward. This will ultimately expedite the deployment of broadband infrastructure to the rural and remote areas that are still most in need. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield 5 minutes to my friend from Mr. Evans to speak on the bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. This legislation, which I'm proud to lead with my colleague from Minnesota, will help streamline broadband permitting to deliver fast, reliable internet to the communities that need it most by creating a new system for prioritizing broadband deployment requests on or across federal land. It's a common sense piece of legislation that, as we've heard, directs the National Telecoms and Information Administration to establish a strike force to support federal land management agencies' review of the request to deploy broadband across and through federal land. My home state of Colorado is the heart of the Rocky Mountain West, with more than 24 million acres of federal land, about the size of Indiana. Roughly 36% of the total acreage of Colorado is federal land, and it serves countless roles, from conservation to recreation to other activities. But these diverse uses also mean that multiple agencies have jurisdiction over these 24 million acres, from the National Park Service to the United States Forest Service to the Bureau of Land Management. And these agencies often have duplicative or redundant permitting processes that can delay what should be a simple permit. In all parts of Colorado, from the Front Range to the Western Slope, rural communities are often surrounded by federal lands, which means they face greater difficulty building out infrastructure, including broadband. And these are the communities that are often left behind when it comes to critical service such as internet access and easy communication. It's 2026. Reliable, high-speed internet should not be considered a luxury. It's a necessity. Families, students, small businesses, they need to be able to easily access this important service. As a cop for 10 years, I also know that law enforcement and public safety relies on broadband access to promptly identify and interdict threats in our communities and respond to natural disasters. Without these reliable services, public safety operations are going to be less coordinated, which causes first responders to face delays and disorganization. By law, federal agencies are required to grant or deny broadband applications within 270 days, but these deadlines are often missed. The U.S. Government Accountability Office recently reported that roughly half of the communications use applications submitted to BLM and the United States Forest Service from 2018 to 2022 either exceeded the 270-day deadline, or we didn't even have enough information to reveal whether the deadline had even been met. As a result, broadband developers report that deploying fiber in rural areas can take an average of 5 to 10 years to complete. This is completely unacceptable, and it's a complete slap in the face to rural communities who are already underserved. I'm proud to serve as a leading voice for permitting reform in this Congress, not just for broadband, but for many other types of permits from energy generation to distribution that rely on broadband. This legislation is key to fixing our broken permitting process. I'm proud that it's bipartisan. I'm proud that it's common sense. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill and yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 1681, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Virginia for her support of this important legislation, and I too urge a yes vote on this important bill, H.R. 1681, for immediate approval. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Or yield. I yield.
I'm sorry, the
Excuse me.
gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1681? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1343.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 415, H.R. 1343. A bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a plan for the Assistant Secretary to track the acceptance, processing, and disposal of certain Form 299s and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1343, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act, sponsored by Representatives Pfluger and Soto. This bill requires the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to develop a plan for tracking the broadband permitting application on federal lands. Broadband is essential to participate in everyday activities. Most Americans rely on their broadband connection for their work, healthcare, education, and more. Congress has provided billions of dollars to close the digital divide. Indeed, the NTIA is in the process of administering the BEAD program to connect every unserved and underserved American. But too often, broadband deployment is delayed or prevented due to unnecessary red tape in the form of burdensome permitting requirements. Federal agencies are some of the biggest culprits behind this red tape, delaying the deployment of broadband to the communities that most need it. The process of application and approval for some of these permits has unfortunately become duplicative, ineffective, and time-consuming. Worse, there is no transparency in this process.
Opaque federal permitting and review processes leave applicants in the dark on whether their application is complete, where it is in the review process, and when can they expect a final decision. This uncertainty is not good for the planning of projects. The Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act addresses these concerns by requiring NTIA to develop a plan to improve the tracking of federal broadband permit applications. This plan would include a process to give applicants transparency into the status of their reviews, which would improve the speed and disposition of applications. This is essential to provide clarity into the federal permitting process. This is an important moment in time, and we must do all that we can to ensure that every American can access reliable broadband. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank the sponsors, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1343, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act. It should come as no surprise that many of the communities lacking internet access today are rural, remote, and in sparsely populated areas. Bringing this critical infrastructure to them will in many cases require crossing large geographic areas. This is especially true in many of our western states, where significant amounts of territory are owned and managed by the federal government. In recent years, the Energy and Commerce Committee has heard testimony about inefficiencies in federal permitting, and specifically, witnesses acknowledged difficulty accessing information about the status and progress of applications to deploy communications infrastructure on publicly owned and managed lands. To help address these issues, H.R. 1343 requires NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, to develop and implement a plan to assist communication providers navigate the burdens of deploying communications infrastructure on public lands. Ultimately, this bill should lead to more robust collaboration between those responsible for reviewing permit applications for federal lands and the communication providers who are trying to bring high-speed internet to all of our constituents. I want to thank Representatives Soto and Pfluger for their leadership on this issue. This bipartisan legislation is a product of regular order, and I am pleased to see it taken up by the full House today. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers, so I yield and prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
And I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 1343, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for her support for H.R. 1343, and I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1343? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5200.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 517, H.R. 5200. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to issue reports after activation of the Disaster Information Reporting System and to make improvements to network outage reporting and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 5200, the Emergency Reporting Act, led by Representative Matsui. The reliability and resiliency of our emergency communications infrastructure is paramount. This legislation would direct the FCC to hold hearings and issue reports related to 9/11 outages after natural disasters and to make recommendations to improve outage reporting, bolster resiliency, and enhance coordination with state and local emergency officials. This will help make our communication system stronger in the face of natural disasters. This legislation has strong bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5200, the Emergency Reporting Act. This important bill would improve the way we assess communication failures that keep Americans in the dark with no access to 911 or emergency information during and after natural disasters. When disaster strikes, the ability to dial 911 for help or to receive an emergency alert with potentially life-saving information depends on networks being up and running during that event. The network staying up, in turn, depends on the strength and resiliency of our communications infrastructure and whether networks are being built and maintained to withstand increasingly powerful elements. Every member of this body represents a district that is susceptible to natural disasters. Hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes, flash floods, earthquakes, and many more have destroyed whole communities and decimated infrastructure serving entire regions. And because we know they will continue to wreak havoc on the places we represent, it is critical that we put systems in place to gather the best information in the aftermath of natural disasters about what went wrong and why. This bill requires the Federal Communications Commission to more closely examine communication failures in the aftermath of disaster periods so that we, as policymakers, can use information about recurring trends to help make networks more hardened and resilient in the face of future disasters. It is essential for Congress and federal agencies to prioritize efforts to make networks more reliable so they work for all Americans when they need them most. I want to thank Ranking Member Matsui and Representative Bilirakis for their leadership on this important bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5200, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, Ranking Member Matsui, for as much time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of H.R. 5200, the Emergency Reporting Act, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Emergencies can happen anywhere, at any time, and in those moments, every second counts. When a family calls 911, they should never be met with silence. But during major disasters, we have seen communications fail, and too often, we're left without clear answers about what went wrong or how to prevent it from happening again. That's why I'm proud to lead the Emergency Reporting Act, a bipartisan bill with Congressman Bilirakis that helps fix this. My bill directs the FCC to report after natural disasters on the extent to which people couldn't reach 911, and to recommend ways to improve outage reporting, resiliency, and coordination with state and local officials. It also addresses unreported outages, so 911 call centers and first responders aren't left in the dark when services are disrupted. I'm really glad that we're advancing this bill today, alongside other bipartisan efforts to strengthen our emergency communication systems and save lives. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. A gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 5200, the Emergency Reporting Act, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields the balance of her time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank Ms. Matsui and my colleague from Virginia for their support of this bill. And in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5200? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5201.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 495, H.R. 5201, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a report on implementation of the Carries Law Act of 2017 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentleman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 5201, Carries Law Reporting Act, led by Representative Matsui. Carries Law, enacted in 2018, was named in honor of Carrie Hunt, who was killed in a motel room in Marshall, Texas in 2013. Mrs. Hunt's 9-year-old daughter tried to call 911 for help 4 times from the motel room phone, but the call did not go through because the phone system required dialing 9 for an outbound call before dialing 911. The law requires multi-line telephone systems, such as those in offices, campuses, and hotels, to allow direct 911 dialing without extra digits when a 911 call is made. This legislation would require the FCC to issue a report within 180 days to determine the extent to which multi-line telephone system manufacturers are complying with Carries Law Act of 2017. Requiring these systems in large buildings or campuses will help save lives in case of an emergency. This legislation has strong bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5201, the Carries Law Reporting Act. This is an important bill that follows up on legislation signed into law in 2018. The original Carries Law was prompted by the tragic story of a young child unable to reach 911 when it mattered most. During what became a fatal domestic dispute in a hotel room, she repeatedly dialed 911 to call for help, but the call was never connected because the hotel system required guests to dial a prefix to make an external call. The young daughter of the victim did exactly as she was taught and correctly dialed 911. But that one digit ultimately stood between Carrie Hunt and the help that she needed that day. Carries Law requires providers of multi-line telephone systems, which serve entities like office buildings and hotels, to reconfigure their systems to enable callers to simply dial 911 without a prefix to reach emergency assistance. Today, however, it is evident that providers have yet to fully comply with Carries Law. And so this legislation will provide Congress and the FCC with the tools necessary to track down delinquent providers and ensure they comply with the law. This is critically important so that tragedies like that of Carrie Hunt do not happen again. I want to thank Ranking Member Matsui and Representative Bilirakis for their leadership on this important bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5201. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, Ranking Member Matsui, for as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you for yielding. I rise in support of H.R. 5201, the Carries Law Reporting Act. In an emergency, there's no room for confusion or delay. Every second counts, and every American should have confidence that when they dial 911, help is on the way. This is why Congressman Bilirakis and I partnered in this bipartisan bill. It builds upon Carries Law, which Congress passed in 2018 to require a multi-line telephone system to allow direct dialing of 911 without needing to dial an extra digit. That law came from the tragic murder of Carrie Hunt, when her daughter couldn't reach emergency services from a hotel phone because she didn't know she needed to dial an extra 9 first. Our bill helps ensure the law is working as intended by directing the FCC to report on compliance in hotels, offices, and facilities nationwide. That kind of accountability matters, and we need to make sure these life-saving protections are being followed in practice. I urge you to support the Carries Law Reporting Act, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is prepared to close. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 5201, the Carries Law Reporting Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues for their support of this bill and Ms. Matsui for her work on this bill. And in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5201? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill S-98.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 98, an act to require the Federal Communications Commission to establish a vetting process for the prospective applicants for high-cost universal service program funding.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, and the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remark and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-98, the Rural Broadband Protection Act. The House version of this bill, led by Representatives Houchin, passed the House by a voice vote last year. The Federal Communications Commission's Universal Service Fund provides funding to support the deployment and operation of broadband networks in our rural communities. Although most recipients of this support fulfill their deployment obligations, there have been cases in the past where commitments were unmet. The Rural Broadband Protection Act requires the FCC to establish a process for upfront vetting of broadband providers seeking USF funds to ensure they are qualified to uphold their obligations. It also directs the FCC to set penalties for those providers that do not build out where they promised. These new steps will ensure that USF support only goes to qualified providers and that those providers follow through on their commitments to serve rural Americans. I would like to thank Representative Houchin for her leadership on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-98, the Senate companion to H.R. 2399, or the Rural Broadband Protection Act, which passed the House in 2025. This legislation would direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a process to more thoroughly vet Internet service providers participating in the Universal Service Fund's high-cost program. For years, it has been clear that Congress must step in to enact reforms to combat waste, fraud, and abuse in the high-cost program. Following an investigation by Energy and Commerce Democrats in 2017, the Government Accountability Office opened its own inquiry into reports of abuse of high-cost support. In a scathing report, the GAO identified a remarkable lack of oversight by the FCC and recommended greater accountability to ensure precious USF dollars are spent on the mission of deploying high-speed broadband to unserved and underserved communities. Since then, we have seen modest progress to curb waste, fraud, and abuse in the high-cost program, but more accountability is needed. I commend Representatives Kelly and Houchin for their work on this legislation to bring greater oversight and accountability to the high-cost program and protect the integrity of USF funds, every dime of which must go to help and underserved communities still lacking high-speed internet. I believe this legislation will help address critical gaps in the vetting process for high-cost recipients and curb waste, fraud, and abuse in the program, so I urge my colleagues to support S98 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of S98, the Rural Broadband Protection Act, a bill I authored and passed out of the House as H.R. 2399 and an issue I've long championed. In April of last year, we passed the House version of this bill. In June, the Senate passed the identical text, sponsored by my friend Senator Capito, also by voice vote. Today, we have a chance to finish the job and send this legislation to the President's desk. Across Indiana and rural America, families, farmers, students, and small business owners still struggle with slow and unreliable internet access. And it's more than an inconvenience. It's a barrier to opportunity, to education, to healthcare, to economic growth. When Congress invests in rural broadband, we have an obligation to make sure those dollars reach the communities they're meant to serve, and that the providers that are receiving them are capable of getting the job done. That's exactly what the Rural Broadband Protection Act does. It directs the Federal Communications Commission to vet applicants for broadband funding based on their experience, their technical capability, and their demonstrated ability to deploy. It brings accountability and transparency to the grant review process, ensuring taxpayer dollars go to real, shovel-ready projects, not phantom providers or empty promises. This is smart, bipartisan, common-sense legislation. It passed the Energy and Commerce Committee 51-1. It passed the House by a voice vote last April. It passed the Senate by voice in June. I want to thank Senator Capito for her leadership on the Senate side and my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for moving this bill with overwhelming bipartisan support. Today, we have a chance to deliver a long overdue win for rural America. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on S98. Let's get this bill to the President's desk where it can finally become law. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Speakers, and then prepared to close.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close, sir.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of S98, the Rural Broadband Protection Act. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank my colleagues for their support, and in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 98? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, consistent with applicable law, including Section 232C2 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, as amended United States Code 1862C2, Section 232, I am submitting to the Congress this written statement of the reasons why I have decided to take action to adjust imports of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients so that such imports will not threaten to impair the national security of the United States. On January 5, 2026, the Secretary of Commerce, in accordance with Section 232, transmitted to me a report on his investigation into the effects of imports of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients on the national security of the United States. Based on the facts considered in that investigation, the Secretary found and advised me of his opinion that pharmaceuticals and associated active pharmaceutical ingredients, including key starting materials, are being imported into the United States in such quantities and under such circumstances as to threaten to impair the national security of the United States. In Proclamation 11020 of April 2, 2026, adjusting imports of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients into the United States, proclamation, after considering the Secretary's report, the factors in Section 232D, 19 United States Code 1862D, and other relevant factors and information, among other things, I concur with the Secretary's findings that pharmaceuticals and associated pharmaceutical ingredients are being imported into the United States in such quantities and under such circumstances as to threaten to impair the national security of the United States. In my judgment, and in light of the Secretary's report, the factors in Section 232D, 19 United States Code 1862D, and other relevant factors and information, I determined that it is necessary and appropriate to adopt a plan of action to adjust such imports of pharmaceuticals and associated pharmaceutical ingredients so that such imports will not threaten to impair the national security of the United States. In particular, I determined that it is necessary and appropriate for the Secretary and the Secretary of Health and Human Services and any senior staff official that deem appropriate to pursue or continue pursuing negotiations of agreements to address the threatened impairment of the national security with respect to imported pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients. In the proclamation, I noted that depending on the status or outcome of those negotiations, I may take other measures to adjust the imports of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients to address the threat to the national security found in the proclamation. I also determined that it is necessary and appropriate to impose an immediate ad valorem duty rate on the import of certain patented pharmaceuticals and associated pharmaceutical ingredients to address the national security threat found in the proclamation. I am enclosing a copy of the proclamation that I have issued. The proclamation further explains the circumstances underlying the threat to impair the national security of the United States posed by imports of pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients and the actions taken in the proclamation to eliminate that threat. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, April 16, 2026.
It's referred to the Committee of Ways and Means and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 1681 and H.R. 5200. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1681, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 494, H.R. 1681, a bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to establish an interagency strike force to ensure that certain federal land management agencies, including the organizational units of such agencies, prioritize the review of requests for communications use authorizations and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 384, the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of the letter received from Ms. Donna Barber, Executive Director with the New Jersey Division of Elections, indicating that according to the unofficial results for the special general election held on April 16, 2026, the Honorable Analila Mejia was elected representative to Congress for the 11th Congressional District of New Jersey. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, in my role as Dean of the New Jersey delegation, I ask for unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from New Jersey, the Honorable Analilia Mejia, be permitted to take the oath of office today. Her certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to her election.
Without objection, will Representative-elect Mejia and the members of the New Jersey delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
Absolutely, yes.
Congratulations, you're now a member of the 119th Congress. The House will be in order. Would the House be in order? Shh. 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 Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot overemphasize the level of enthusiasm that I and the New Jersey delegation expressed today on the swearing in of Congresswoman Mejia. I cannot. We are so enthusiastic, and I think you can tell from her own constituents who came here today. But I just want you to understand that her leadership was so important, her reaching out to the grassroots, her reaching out and standing up for working families, but even more so for young people. Young people were so enthused by her, and you know, many of us are concerned about the future of our democracy and whether younger people are going to vote, whether they're going to participate. And Analilia made it clear that that was so important to her, and so we just had she got so many people who were younger to come out, to vote, to actually participate in the election, to knock on doors, and all the things that are so important to our democracy. And she talked about solutions. She didn't just say, "I want you to come out." She talked about solutions for working people that would actually make a difference. And this is what's really important. So the reason that we're so enthused is because we see someone who reaches out to young people, who's a grassroots organizer, and who understands the problems of working families. So with that, I yield to the new member of our New Jersey delegation, the gentlewoman, Congresswoman Mejia.
Yes, please. Yes, that's better. Good evening. Good evening. It is a privilege and an honor to stand before you. We, the privileged few, honored with the responsibility to represent the interest of our fellow Americans at home and across the world. I thank my new colleagues for your warm welcome and the great people of New Jersey's 11th Congressional District for their trust. I want to thank, of course, my husband, Robert, somewhere, my 2 children, my 2 children, Langston and August, for being my best supporters. The 3 of you mean the world to me. I also want to thank my sister, Anaisa, and my 2 mothers, Luz and Michelle, and my dearly departed father, Francisco, for always standing alongside me. My presence in this chamber is in many ways an unlikely reality. I am the daughter of a Dominican factory worker and a Colombian seamstress who knew struggle. And yet I stand before you representing the great 11th Congressional District of New Jersey, a place rich in history and eager to make more. I bring you greetings from Morristown, where George Washington led through the harsh winters of the Revolutionary War, as well as greetings from Bloomfield, New Jersey, which led the way on access to public education for all. In fact, I send greetings from every corner of my district. My constituents are eager to hear how we shall work together to improve the lives of the many I am honored to represent. Mr. Speaker, there is an African proverb that says, if you wish to know the end, you must strive to understand the beginning. This proverb feels timely as I begin my tenure in this lauded space, at the precipice of our nation's 250th anniversary. As I address this body, I am ever present to the fact that it was conceived and designed as the people's house, a counterweight at critical moments where people may have the fullest say. I stand before you on this day, the 20th of April. I want to remind you that on this date in 1871, an act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and for other purposes, otherwise known as the Ku Klux Klan Act, was signed as an attempt by we the people to make true the promise of freedom and equity hard-earned through conflict and peacemaking. The third in a series of enforcement acts, it was designed to protect the civil and political rights of individuals under threat by the violence of vigilante groups intent to deny the protections of the Constitution for those who earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. The 14th Amendment The 14th Amendment defined citizenship and guaranteed due process and equal protection of the law to all Americans. Vigilante groups like the Klan, however, threatened by the idea of expansive freedom, used violence to undermine the Republican Party's plan for Reconstruction. The Ku Klux Klan Act made it a federal crime to deny any group or individual any of the rights, privileges, or immunities or protections named in the Constitution. In a moment in which a state-sanctioned vigilante group threatens due process and equal protection, and our highest court questions citizenship clearly defined in the Constitution, it is important for us to strive to understand the beginning so that we may protect what we hold most dear all the way through to the end. I join you. Oh. Thank you. I join you today with a message delivered by the people of New Jersey's 11th Congressional District, but echoed nationally. Stand up, defend, restore not only our democracy, but also a just economy that actually works for working people. Stand up for folks like Bob, a retired fire captain who served at Ground Zero, struggling to access health care because of staffing cuts and hiring freezes. Stand up for Mary, who alongside her husband dropped her own health coverage just to afford their child's college tuition. Think about and stand up for Larry and Joe, who work hard every day and deserve a just retirement in their golden years. These are not just abstract policies or debates. These are real consequences of the decisions made in this chamber. At a time where our Constitution and our rights are under strain, we are called not just to serve, but to stand up, to protect, and to deliver on the promise of equal protection and justice under our great laws. That is the work ahead of us. That is the work that we must take on. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my new colleagues, and therefore I yield. Thank you.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, the whole number of the House is 432. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5200, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 517, H.R. 5200, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to issue reports after activation of the Disaster Information Reporting System and to make improvements to network outage reporting and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 386, the nays are 7. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today, alongside my colleagues in the New York delegation, to mourn the loss of our dear friend and former colleague, Eliot Engel. Over the course of a lifetime in public service,
Would you please take conversations off the floor? Gentleman from New York may proceed.
over the course of a lifetime in public service, including more than 3 decades in Congress, Eliot was a tireless champion for the people of the Bronx, Westchester, and Rockland County. Throughout his career, his hard work and fierce advocacy improved the lives of countless people in the United States and across the world. As a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, he was a leader on such issues as health care, energy, and consumer protection. But Eliot had perhaps his greatest impact as chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, which he led with integrity and experience, lending strength and credibility to America's role in the world. Among his many accomplishments, he played a crucial role in protecting the people of Kosovo and combating child labor. Most of all, he will be remembered as an unwavering friend to Israel. As the Congressional Jewish Caucus noted upon his passing, Eliot Engel, quote, is among the pantheon of champions of our people who have served with distinction in the halls of Congress, close quote. His legacy of service to New York, to the nation, and to the world lives on through the issues he fought for and the lives he touched. Our thoughts are with his wife, Pat, and all of his loved ones. May his memory be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members and staff rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of Chairman Eliot Engel.
Would all members please rise for a moment of silence in the chamber as well as across the campus?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, our hearts are broken tonight, as they have been since Sunday morning. The news out of my hometown of Shreveport, Louisiana, a city that is represented in part by Congressman Cleo Fields here with me now. Everyone has seen the stories in the news. But we stand here with one voice as members of the Louisiana delegation to express our deep sorrow for the lives that were taken too soon. 8 young, innocent children, all between the ages of 3 and 11, were lost in a tragedy that can only be described as senseless, unspeakable evil. Jayla Elkins was 3 years old. Shayla Elkins, 5. Kayla Pugh, 6. Layla Pugh, 7. Markaden Pugh, 10. Soraya Snow, 11. Kadarian Snow, 6. And Braylon Snow, 5. As the details of their killing unfold, it's difficult for us to put our emotions into words. This tragedy confounds the minds and hearts of every parent in America, and we've been thinking a lot about this. We encourage mothers and fathers to go home tonight and hold your loved ones extra close. I think all of us are doing that. Life is a sacred gift from God, and as this horrific event reminds us, it can be too short. The entire community of Shreveport needs our prayers right now. The first responders and law enforcement who descended swiftly on the scene, the classrooms and empty seats and missing friends at school today, and most of all, the families whose lives have been forever changed by this tragedy. Hold all of them close in your hearts and your prayers, if you will, and we trust that God is close to the brokenhearted, as promised to us in Scripture. And now, if we could all please join in a moment of silence in honor of the 8 young and precious lives that were lost far too soon. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House now observe a moment of silence. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 7380, a bill originally introduced by Representative Swalwell of California for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 7.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it may be in order at any time on Tuesday, April 28, 2026, for the Speaker to declare a recess subject to the call of the Chair for the purpose of receiving a joint meeting, His Majesty King Charles III.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of S-Con Res 29 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Without objection. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 29. Concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall and the Capitol Visitor Center for an event to celebrate the birthday of King Kamehameha I.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request that my name be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 2555.
The gentleman's request is granted. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Borough State College for its recent recognition as the nation's best small college town by USA Today. For the first time in this decades-long poll, State College secured the top spot, a reflection of the borough's commitment to making this an area people love to live in. Commonly known to Pennsylvanians as Happy Valley, State College is home to more than 40,000 residents. The borough shares a deep-rooted partnership with Penn State, where residents and visitors gather to celebrate the community's school spirit. Beyond the Penn State campus, Centre County provides the perfect backdrop for people who want to explore the surrounding trails and parks. Mr. Speaker, State College has grown significantly since the borough's founding more than 120 years ago. The downtown area is home to many thriving local businesses and restaurants that help make State College a welcoming town. Congratulations on this fantastic achievement, State College. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, Arizona lost one of our greatest and most impactful leaders. So today I rise to honor Dr. Gene Blue, a man of profound and lasting impact on the state of Arizona. For decades, Dr. Blue led Arizona Opportunities Industrialization Center on a mission as simple as it was powerful: help people help themselves. Under his leadership, OIC delivered GED programs, vocational training, career counseling, job placement, opening real pathways to self-sufficiency for tens of thousands of Arizonans who needed a second chance. But across Arizona, Dr. Blue was best remembered for his service as chairman of the state's Dr. Martin Luther King Celebration Committee, a role he held for over 2 decades. Year after year, he organized the wonderful Torch Run, the breakfast, the march, bringing together Greater Phoenix to always closer to Dr. King's vision of a beloved community. He did not seek recognition. He sought results. He wanted to be remembered for the lives he touched, and there were countless Arizonans who are better for having crossed his path. Dr. Blue was a foundational figure, a true public servant, and today I am proud to join his family and all Arizonans in honoring his extraordinary legacy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my sincerest congratulations to an esteemed champion, Rory McIlroy, on his remarkable victory at the 2026 Masters Golf Tournament. Each year during the first full week of April, golf fans, professionals, and patrons from across the world travel to Georgia's 12th District and the Augusta National Golf Club for a tradition unlike any other. Once again, this year's historic tournament reminded the world why Augusta stands as the true pinnacle of championship golf. With determination and grit, Rory McIlroy secured his second straight green jacket, a feat only 3 of golf all-time greats have accomplished. The story behind Rory's historic victory is not one of a usual statute. Last year, overcoming an 11-year major championship drought, Rory completed the career Grand Slam at Augusta, and only to go back-to-back championships this year. His resilience provides a powerful message to the next generation. Success belongs to those who persevere. Congratulations and thanks go to Chairman Fred Ridley, members and staff of Augusta National, and volunteers for presenting another outstanding competition where the greatest, like Rory McIlroy, can make history.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of William O'Neill McCurdy, affectionately known to many simply as Billy. Billy was a prominent figure in Las Vegas, a longtime pastor, entrepreneur, and community activist, among so much more. A true Las Vegas icon, he was an influential community figure with decades of civic and political ties across the state. And although he never held public office himself, he had an immense influence in the community and in Nevada politics. The McCurdy family has been a fixture on the historic West Side and the entire state of Nevada for 7 decades. Nevada is so honored to have felt his impact throughout the years, and we will continue to feel that impact through his family and his son, William McCurdy II, Clark County Commissioner. Billy McCurdy will forever be remembered and greatly missed by the entire Las Vegas community. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate Mike Stepp and his family on 70 years of sweetening Casper's history with Donnell's Candies. The Donnell family opened their candy shop in 1956 on a busy strip in Northeast Casper. Success followed, with the business moving to downtown 40 years later. A family tradition started by Don and Elma Stepp with chocolates in the 50s has since expanded to selling ice cream and espresso in the 21st century. While Emma passed before her beloved shop's first relocation, her family has continued the candy-making legacy to the delight of everybody in the community. Every Casper resident has indulged in the Stepp family's candies, satisfying a sweet tooth as a ritual of another success story for the American dream on Main Street. Congratulations to Mike Stepp and his entire family for reaching 70 years in business. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my outrage over the conditions that are in place at the growing number of immigrant detention centers established by ICE and the Trump administration nationwide. Aside from holding individuals without judicial warrants, oftentimes detaining American citizens illegally, the centers clearly have not prioritized incarcerating just rapists and violent criminals as advertised. Reports from coast to coast reference centers where members of Congress have visited and found insufficient bathroom access, inadequate sleeping accommodations, and general overcrowding, all dismissed by the management of ICE. In a month where this president has picked a fight with the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church worldwide, and put himself on a social media meme as if he were a divine figure, these policies are far from divine or Christian or humane. Obsessed by putting one's own name on buildings to assure everlasting fame, I can assure you this name will never be forgotten as the architect and advocate of a system of inhumanity. The world is watching. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we honor Gary Sides, pictured here beside me, a man who gave over a decade of public service to Union County, North Carolina. As a former Union County Commissioner, he spent years not only serving, but truly changing lives. Gary was a constant champion for students, especially those with special needs. He stood beside families of every kind. He showed up again and again for his community. In December of 2024, Gary Sides was sworn in as a Union County Commissioner, a role that reflected the trust of our community that they had in him and his dedication he had already proven. But just 4 months after he was sworn in, Gary received a devastating diagnosis, stage 4 glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. And yet, even in the face of an unimaginable heartbreak, Gary's life remains a testament not to hardship, but to service. He lived a life that put others first. Every single day, he served the people of Union County with humility, compassion, and purpose. He focused on what mattered most: education, public safety, and the well-being of Union County. If something needed to be done, Gary was there to do it. But beyond his work, Gary was a man of deep faith, a man who walked with God, was led by faith, and who found strength in something greater than himself. And in that we find peace in knowing that he is now in heaven with our Lord Jesus Christ. So today, let us remember Gary Sides, but not only remember him, but let us learn from him. Let us live in a way that when our time comes, we too will be remembered as someone who gave back more than they took. And above all, let us keep our faith at the center of all we do, just as Gary did every day. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today with pride to honor an extraordinary group of young women from Arizona's 7th Congressional District, the Pima Community College women's basketball team, NJCAA Division II national champions. Last month, they made history, defeating Kirkwood 64-58 to secure the program's first ever national title, representing Southern Arizona and Tucson with excellence. This team faced adversity all season, but stayed resilient, united, and found a way to win, and are now champions. Tournament MVP Melissa Nelson led the charge with 20 points and 11 rebounds from Window Rock. She carries the pride of the Navajo Nation and now stands as the best player in the tournament. To Coach Todd and the entire team, congratulations, felicidades. Thank you so much for inspiring us all. Southern Arizona is proud. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate Julie and Jürgen Grieb of Treveri Cellars for their recognition as influencers and trailblazers in SIP magazine. It all began in 2008 when Jürgen first suspected that Central Washington and Yakima Valley grapes might make a delicious sparkling wine. Well, he put that theory to the test, and the wine was so good that when Julie tried it, she was blown away. That led them to working together to open Treveri Cellars, Washington's first sparkling wine house. Today, Treveri is highly respected, multi-generational. It's a family-owned business that produces over 50,000 cases of sparkling wine a year. Julie and Jürgen, congratulations again for this well-deserved, outstanding recognition. Cheers to you both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the 100th anniversary of the W.K. Kellogg Arabian Horse Center in Pomona, California. Founded in 1925 by Will Keith Kellogg, this remarkable institution began as one man's bold vision to pair education with purpose and inspire lives through the beauty of Arabian horses. That vision grew far beyond the ranch, helping lay the foundation for Cal Poly Pomona, a university rooted in access, equity, and hands-on learning. For a century, the Kellogg Arabian Horse Center has been a gateway to opportunity. Through programs like Sunday shows, Full Watch, and Horses for Heroes, students truly learn by doing, developing skills in leadership and service that carry them far beyond the classroom. As we celebrate this milestone, we honor not just the historic institution, but the transformative power of education and philanthropy. Congratulations to the W.K. Kellogg Arabian Horse Center on a century of excellence and impact, and cheers to the next 100 years. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I sadly received this message from a courageous friend in Ukraine. Dear Brother Joe, today our hearts are heavy. Just a few hours ago, Russian troops struck a Baptist church in Zaporizhia. This is not just a building, it was a beautiful house of prayer that believers built over many years, sacrificing their own finances and strength. For more than 300 people, it became a spiritual home, a place of worship, fellowship, and family. Now it lies in ruins. We already know of at least 5 victims, including one minister, Ruslan Yutaz, who was inside the church at the moment of the strike. Please stand with us in prayer and action. This must be stopped. End of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops. As the global war on terrorism continues, Trump is continuing to reinstitute peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting and mocking truth. with war criminal Putin bombing churches to intimidate Ukrainians, but war criminal Putin is a loser, as Ukrainians will achieve victory. Congratulations to Congressman Neil Dunn on the birth of a granddaughter an hour ago. Nora Amelia Dunn. Grateful parents are David and Isabel Dunn of Phoenix, Arizona. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
And to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a victory in the fight for liberty on the continent of Europe, our closest tested allies. Earlier this month, the people of Hungary voted in record numbers to end the repressive rule of its former Russia-leaning prime minister. As co-chair of the Congressional Hungarian Caucus, I cheered with Hungarian Americans and just was thrilled at the victory of liberty in Hungary in the person of its new prime minister, Peter Magyar. For 16 years, Hungarians endured a cadre of kleptocrats that plundered their country and sold it out to the interests of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Shocking tapes reveal how Orban's top officials, the former prime minister, plotted with Russia to undermine neighboring Ukraine and the rest of Europe and even help the Ayatollah in Iran. The former prime minister's betrayal of the Hungarian people and the NATO alliance is why Congressman Don Bacon and I introduced the Block Putin Act to hold these corrupt officials accountable. Thank God the people of goodwill won in Hungary. When Soviet Russia invaded their beautiful country in 1956, it took decades before they got a victory for democracy.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
And you have friends in America, our dear, dear friends in Hungary. We
The
love
gentlewoman's
liberty
time
too.
has expired.
Bravo, onward.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek permission to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Thomas Elred Bradford, a man who truly embodied servant leadership. A Birmingham native and graduate of Ramsey High School, Tom served in the United States Air Force after college before joining his family business. After a successful career in business, instead of retiring, Tom founded the National Christian Foundation of Alabama. Tom was deeply committed to his faith and community, serving as an elder at Briarwood Presbyterian Church and in leadership roles with numerous civic, charitable, and Christ-centered organizations across Birmingham. Most importantly, he was a devoted husband to Mary Ann and a loving father. Tom was always searching for ways to invest in those around him, and I was fortunate enough to benefit from his mentorship. Tom gave me my first job in Birmingham, and years later, when I came to him with the idea to start a pro-family think tank, he agreed to serve as the founding board chairman of the Alabama Family Alliance, which later became the Alabama Policy Institute. Tom was always a tremendous source of advice and godly counsel and became like a second father to me. Tom was truly a force for good. He will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Patricia Guerrero Frazier for her appointment as mayor of Union Township in New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. Mayor Frazier has made history, becoming the first Latina woman to hold this role. She has displayed her dedication to serving her community by focusing on improving the quality of life for Union residents. Since being sworn in, she has focused on cultural investment, community parks, public safety, and development. Mayor Frazier has also brought something very special to this role: her experience serving her community as a teacher for 23 years. On behalf of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District, congratulations to our new mayor of Union Township and wishing her all the best as she continues to serve Union. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to honor the life and legacy of Berks County Fire Chiefs Jeff Buck and Robert Schick, who tragically lost their lives in the line of duty. On April 4th, Walnut Town Fire Chief Jeff Buck and Assistant Chief Robert Schick were participating in a missing person search when they were struck and killed by a man driving under the influence. Chief Buck and Assistant Chief Schick served the Berks County community with distinction for many years. The outpouring of sorrow and support from the entire community reflects the respect and admiration held by all. Beyond their outstanding service to the community, Chief Buck and Assistant Chief Schick were both also dedicated family men. I want to extend my deepest condolences and prayers to their surviving wives, children, and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, this unspeakable tragedy highlights the dangers our first responders face every day. I know the entire Berks County community will never waver in their commitment to honor the legacy of these brave heroes, and I urge Congress to follow their example by never failing to support our first responders, firefighters, and police. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, I've seen firsthand what makes Eastern North Carolina strong. Our Marines, our civilian workers, our community, and their commitment to being mission ready. As the Air Station of the Year with 24/7 airfield operation, Cherry Point isn't just about national defense. It's about jobs, families, and the future of Havelock in our region. The Starbase program provides students with hands-on STEM experiences and real opportunities to learn and succeed. I'm so proud to support $40 million for the F-35 Sustainment Center, strengthening our national security. Thank you to our Marines, their families, the allies for Cherry Point's tomorrow, and Mayor Will Lewis for an incredible visit. When we stand with our Marines, we're also standing for Eastern North Carolina. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House of Representatives for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I intended to address the House last Friday on April 17th, but our legislative calendar shifted and the House was not in session. As a result, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 102nd birthday of someone very special to me, my grandmother, whom my family affectionately refers to as Gax. My grandmother was born on April 17th, 1924 in Des Moines, Iowa, and today she resides in Georgia, blessed with incredible health. At the early age of 102, my grandmother still drives her car, shops at the grocery store, and attends a weekly exercise class with her friends. I am my grandmother's only grandchild, which is notable because she will forever have a perfect record having her grandchildren elected to Congress. Since her 95th birthday, we have celebrated her birthday in very special ways. And this year, my grandmother's watching at home with family as we wish her from the floor of the United States House of Representatives a very happy 102nd birthday. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance of something that happened 31 years ago in Oklahoma City at the federal building that we referred to as the Murrah Building, when an act of unimaginable horror took place and the lives of 168 of our fellow Americans were taken on almost an instant. That was one of those experiences that forever reshaped my community and my neighbors. It reshaped the country at the time. And that's what I and my colleagues rise this evening to discuss is 31 years ago and how our communities responded and where we went from there. I was an 11-month member of Congress at the time. My district office was a block and a half away from the Murrah Building. And the force and the magnitude of the explosion that day was so incredible that not only did it blow the interior out of the Murrah building, leaving just a shell, but that it also damaged buildings blocks away, literally creating chaos and confusion all over central Oklahoma City. But sometimes, in the chaos of the modern world, we forget that we are Americans, we are Oklahomans, we are fellow human beings, and we rise to the occasion. That response, beginning almost instantly and covering hours and days and weeks, reflected that Oklahoma standard, that Oklahoma way of doing things, but not just Oklahoma, our great nation. And this evening, for a little bit, we together will discuss the things that we have dealt with since then, the things we observed in those moments, and how it made a real difference in the lives of the survivors and those who were so critically injured. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to my friend from Oklahoma as much time as he might consume. Congressman Cole was Secretary of State for the state of Oklahoma, a central member of Governor Keating's cabinet, and when the emergency response programs were activated, was a part of the state's response to help local government and interact with FEMA. Congressman Cole.
I want to thank my good friend from Oklahoma, distinguished colleague, and an extraordinary leader in that moment, Mr. Lucas, for yielding. Like my friend, we don't need a lot of notes to talk about that day, 31 days ago to the day yesterday. We remember what was the darkest day in Oklahoma history, the worst act of domestic terrorism ever performed on American soil. And my friend, Mr. Lucas, as he said, was only 11 months in as a new congressman representing that area and that district. We're very lucky there was not a loss of life in his office, as close as they were to the disaster site. I had been in office less than 100 days working for our friend Frank Keating. I will never forget that day. I was walking into my office. I could feel a little shudder. The Capitol is about 2.5 miles away from the disaster site. I sat down in my chair, and my secretary immediately walked into my office. And she said, something terrible has happened in downtown Oklahoma City. Your wife, who was 3 blocks away, she was working as a paralegal at the time, had just called and said something terrible's happened. She's on the phone. So I got on the phone, and she described to me what she could see from the 18th floor of a office tower at a law firm 3 blocks away. And she says, I don't know what's occurred, but there's been a horrific explosion. There are hundreds of people in the street, and people are screaming, and something awful's happened. Immediately walked upstairs to the governor's office. Frank Keating was our new governor at the time. He obviously had been in office less than 100 days as well. And if you walk into the governor's office, there's a press office immediately to your right. I looked to the right, and I saw the governor, his chief of staff, my good friend Clinton Key, and they were watching the disaster as it unfolded because there were already helicopters flying over the disaster site. And one of the news commentators was speculating, well, this was a natural gas explosion. Frank Keating had been an FBI agent in the early part of his career. He was a law enforcement official, later Associate Attorney General of the United States under President Reagan, and he was looking at this, and one of his first jobs as a young FBI officer in the 1960s had been to investigate acts of terrorism associated with the Vietnam War and the West Coast. And I will never, ever forget him watching. He said, that is not a natural disaster, or a natural gas explosion. That's a car bomb. And that's probably some act of terrorism. He knew immediately what we were dealing with. As we watched that horrific day unfold, where we lost 168 lives, I marveled every single day at the extraordinary leadership that Frank Keating and our First Lady, Kathy Keating, showed for the state of Oklahoma. He not only knew what had happened, he knew instinctively what he needed to do. We had an emergency meeting in the governor's office, and we decided there's always a debate in one of these things. Do you go to the site? Do you lead from the Capitol? And Frank Keating says, you go to where the action is, I'm going downtown, and assigned various tasks to the rest of us, and he headed down. And he saw, and I joined him later that day, this horrific explosion that had taken 168 lives, injured hundreds and hundreds of more people. And we watched the unfolding relief effort. So as bad as the day was for Oklahoma, I don't think I was ever prouder of the state and, quite frankly, the country as it dealt with the tragedy unfolding in front of us in those opening hours on April 19th of 1995. Our first responders in Oklahoma City, police officers, fire department, immediately sprung into action, immediately trying to get people out of the building, trying to contain the disaster. Over 300 buildings around the site had been heavily damaged, and they performed heroically and magnificently because, frankly, we thought at the time there might be other bombs there might be other explosions coming. By about 11 o'clock that morning, we had the governor back, and we convened at an emergency management center in downtown, at the Capitol complex in Oklahoma City. And about 1 o'clock, we got a call from the President of the United States, Bill Clinton. Most people don't know this, but President Clinton and Governor Keating had gone to Georgetown University together. And when the governor was president of the senior class, then sophomore class member Bill Clinton was president of the sophomore class. So they knew one another extraordinarily well. And there was already lots of speculation that there might be, it might be a terrorist activity directed from overseas. And the president asked the governor, Governor, do we have any earthly idea who did this? And he said, no, Mr. President, we don't. You're going to hear a lot of speculation, but obviously we don't know at this point who did this deed. And I will never forget the response of President Clinton, who said immediately, well, I hope it's not an American that did it. I hope it's not a foreigner who did something like this. And I remember thinking, well, gosh, how could you want it to be an American? And the president said something very insightful, actually came back to me when we as a country went through 9/11. He said, if this was done by somebody overseas, we will be at war someplace in the world within the next 6 months. He too knew immediately what the consequences of this awful act were. In the days ahead, again, our firefighters, our National Guard, our police, all the surrounding police officers and fire departments did an extraordinary job as we struggled to find out who had done this and what could we do to save lives, where there's still survivors left in there. And at every point, Governor Keating showed leadership, but he was not alone. The mayor of Oklahoma City, Ron Norick, good friend of Congressman Lucas and mine, also performed magnificently, directing the response effort. But much more importantly than that, for us, the people of Oklahoma responded instinctively and heroically, not only in sending the relief efforts that we initially needed, but also in rallying around the victims, giving blood, trying to see whatever was needed at site would be done. I then recall all the other Americans from all over the country that were immediately moving in our direction to help. We had relief units. I met the captain of the New York Fire Department, who later lost his life in 9/11, responding. I met relief and rescue workers from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They were from all over America because it's what Americans do when you face a tragedy. You help other Americans. And finally, I will tell you the Clinton administration responded spectacularly. President Clinton sent every bit of aid that we requested and then some. And then when we decided, our First Lady decided that we needed to grieve while we were dealing with the disaster, she came up with the idea of the prayer service, which was attended immediately by Billy Graham, by the President of the United States, obviously by our local dignitaries, and by our neighbor, the newly elected governor of the state of Texas, George Bush. You just saw all Americans coming and working together. Over the course of that, something called the Oklahoma Standard was developed and still very famous amongst first responders. This is how a community and, frankly, a state and, frankly, a country is supposed to respond when it's confronted with an unspeakable act of evil. So as terrible as it was, it became a rallying point for the people of Oklahoma, and it became an incident where you could see the goodness and decency of the American people overcoming a terrible act of evil. And we got help from all over the world. We had people, I still have a thing that a nun had made, prayer beads sent to us from Germany. People just responded and stepped up. But we'll never forget in Oklahoma the horror of those days. They were the worst days I ever lived through. And we'll never forget the decency of both the people of Oklahoma and certainly of Oklahoma City, and then decent people from all across the country who helped us, a great and compassionate government that was immediately available. You know, sometimes the government is a pretty controversial thing these days. You'll never know how lucky you are as an American when something terrible like this happens and all the resources and all the compassion of a great and good people are immediately at your disposal to help you get through a disaster. FBI, FEMA, law enforcement personnel, again, more rescue teams. And that went on for day after day after day. Out of that came a thought that the governor had, what can we do to help the survivors? What can we do for all the children that are now orphans? And he set up, with the First Lady, Kathy Keating, a foundation which, frankly, raised the money and provided for the education of every child who lost a parent. College, technical education, whatever they needed, we would be there to fulfill the role of the parents who were taken from very young children at an age in a way that they couldn't possibly comprehend, and that, frankly, none of us could ever understand what happened behind it and what the reasons for it were. But I think about that day quite often, and I think about it particularly on the anniversary dates. There was an enormous celebration yesterday in Oklahoma City, prayer services. We have a memorial marathon that we run every year connected with this event, the Day to Remember. Again, out of that terrible thing, so many good things have happened. But I particularly want to commend my friend. I was assigned the job as Secretary of State of being the liaison with the federal government. And that meant I was working through my congressman and my friend, Frank Lucas, to try and make sure that the federal government played its appropriate role, not only in the response, and believe me, they did. I could not, again, ask any more from President Clinton. I've expressed that to him on many occasions and on this floor on multiple occasions. Anything we asked for, he made sure that we had. But I also think of, again, all the decent people that rallied around and helped us. We saw superb leadership at the public level. My friend was at the heart of making sure that Oklahoma City got all the help that it needed. We were trying to struggle with what will it take to rebuild Oklahoma City. And I remember talking to my counterparts in the federal government at the time that President Clinton had dispatched, and the normal relief in a situation like that's a disaster is a 75-25 split. And I remember telling one of them, this isn't a natural disaster. This is an attack on a federal facility in the middle of Oklahoma City. And they thought about it, and they said, you know, you're right. This is really a federal responsibility. So the generosity of the people of the United States of America helped rebuild Oklahoma City. And that very same concept was used when our friends in New York, who had been so quick to send us help, went through an even more horrific ordeal on 9/11. So these disasters were meant to hurt the state of Oklahoma, but they were meant to hurt our faith and our system, and they were meant to damage the American people profoundly. They did exactly the opposite. They reminded us that whatever our differences politically, whatever differences we have in different parts of the country, in the end, we're all Americans. In the end, Americans stick together and look after their own. And frankly, as I said, we got help from all over the world. And we got help from every point on the political spectrum. And we've got the assistance of folks that decided they would not give in to horror. They would not give in to terrorism. They would not allow evil to overcome the innate decency of the people. So as I pause and reflect, I do remember it as the worst day of my life. I do remember it as the worst day in the history of my state, but I remember it also as an example of the compassion, the decency, and the enormous capability of the American people to look after their own in a terrible situation. I want to thank my friend for organizing this memorial to this horrific event, because it's really something we should never forget, but it's something we should always be proud of. We should be proud of the response of those very first police officers and firemen, just as at 9/11, not knowing exactly what had happened, but throwing themselves in harm's way. We should be proud of the political leadership that we had at the time. We were very fortunate to have the governor we had, the first lady that we had, Frank and Kathy Keating, the mayor we had in Oklahoma City, the congressman we had that represented that area and worked with us not just in those days and weeks, but frankly in the months and years that followed to make sure that Oklahoma City recovered. And we should be proud of a people that never, ever will forget what occurred that day, and never, ever will let the forces of evil overcome the forces of good and the decency of the American people. So I just would yield back and tell you, I've seen enough in my lifetime to know when good overcomes evil, and that in the end it always does, because I saw it in Oklahoma City. I saw it with friends and colleagues. I saw it from strangers all across the country. I saw it from political leaders at every point in the political spectrum. So what was our worst day as a state was probably our best day in terms of showing what we were capable of when we were challenged, and reminding the world that all of America stands together against terrorism, and all of America works together to help people not only deal with the immediate tragedy, but to overcome, to heal, and to move on. And so with that, I thank my friend for setting up this fitting memorial discussion this evening, and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield as much time as he might consume to the gentleman who represents the 2nd District of Oklahoma, Congressman Burkeen. Clearly, he too cares about all Oklahomans and all of our fellow citizens. Gentleman.
Yeah, I find myself in an unfortunate status. I was a high school, Colgate High School young adult, and a member of Congress was dealing with this at the time that I'm in high school. A Secretary of State was dealing with this at the time that I was in high school. And I of course, had friends that lost a loved one. I would later have a college roommate that I would discover, people I went to church with for years. His father was an APHIS, Animal Plant Health Inspection Service veterinarian for USDA. We would room together at Oklahoma State University. I never learned this story while we were going to church together. It took going to college. And I heard the story of how his wife accidentally put the notice of him being called to the headquarters office, and she covered it up accidentally, and he didn't show up for one of the sides of the building that would be most impacted. Some very famous photos. I would be a few years later, state FFA president, and we would start the 168 Pennies campaign on behalf of Career Tech. So while these men were serving in state leadership roles, the youth were responding to try to find ways to assist and be a part of the goodwill that you spoke of just a minute ago. And so I'm going to close just by saying that it reminds us, this incident of the need to fulfill what George Washington in a 1789 statement, his farewell address, talked about. That it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey His will, to be grateful for His benefits, and to humbly implore His protection and favor. That incident was a first for a nation that had enjoyed quietness on the home front, and it shattered us. Years later, we would have 9/11. But it reminds us today, as we pause and remember what happened in Oklahoma 31 years ago, taking the lives of 168 innocent people, the need for us to have bended knees and pray Psalms 91 type protection over this nation. Thank you, Congressman Lucas, for setting this up. I truly appreciate it. With that, I would yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, my grandparents' generation could tell you where they were when they heard the news that Wiley Post and Will Rogers had been lost in that plane crash in Alaska in 1935. They could also tell you exactly what they were doing when the news came of the bombing of Pearl Harbor in December of 1941. My parents, who were young men, kids at the time, could tell you exactly where they were when that same news about Pearl Harbor came. They could tell you exactly what they were doing when they discovered that President Kennedy had been assassinated. For my generation, there have been many things that imprint the mind that will mark the memory forever. But that day 31 years ago that took the lives of 168 of our fellow citizens is my equivalent to those earlier tragedies. I and the Oklahoma delegation were all together in Dallas, Fort Worth for a meeting of the Base Realignment and Closure Commission, BRAC, when the tragedy occurred at 9:02 a.m. And I'll never forget having a reporter from one of the Oklahoma City news radio stations tap me on the shoulder. And he said, "Congressman, don't you have an office in the federal building?" I said, "Chris, I do, but there are 3 federal buildings. Are you talking about Murrah, the federal courthouse, or the United States Post Office?" He said, "We have a report that there's been some kind of an explosion at the federal building in Oklahoma City, and it's gone." Now, at that moment, I jumped up and charged out of the auditorium, and in the lobby were the television screens, even in that day, with the live coverage, and I immediately recognized the Murrah building. My people were a block and a half away in the U.S. Post Office building, but I immediately recognized the building. The core of this building had been blown out, and it had been designed in the 1960s during the anti-war period to withstand an attack. But the magnitude of this attack. Senator Nichols, who led the delegation that day to the BRAC hearing, hurriedly went down and discussed with the leadership of the BRAC Commission and the 2 state delegations ahead of us, and they were able to accelerate our abbreviated testimony, and we left Dallas and came back to Oklahoma City as fast as we could. I'll never forget walking up the street from the south, I believe Harvey, coming by what was then our old 6th District office in the U.S. Post Office building. This is a block and a half away on the opposite side of the blast down the street. And the shock wave was big enough that it blew all of our windows in and took down our ceilings. Now, I had people buried under rubble. I had people thrown across rooms, but everyone was okay. We were lucky. And in the delegation, we proceeded, JC and I and several staffers, on up the street and around to the corner. And to behold what we saw. Just the most amazing thing. But my colleagues are right. The response from almost the first instant was amazing. A lot of times people think that when you have a tragedy, a natural disaster, that the federal government's going to come in and save you. That's not the system. The system is for local government to function and for local government to call upon county and state government to support them. And if the need is great enough, then to turn to the federal government and FEMA to back them up. And that's exactly the way it worked in Oklahoma City. The mayor, the police chief, the fire chief triaged the situation, knew they had more than they could handle, called upon county government, state government, the governor, Secretary Cole, who then turned to FEMA and the President of the United States. A textbook example of how things were supposed to work in the most hideous and horrible of circumstances. I don't ever want anyone to go through something of that nature or magnitude ever again. Because you see, it took 5 years of the federal delegation working with those federal employees who had survived, many of them who had been physically and emotionally injured, and their families to sort out what were they going to do next? What did they want to do? What were they capable of doing? Call it compassionate work if you want. Call it treating your fellow citizens in a decent way. But we worked for 5 years to work our way through that. I would also say Congressman Cole referenced the outflowing of love and support from across the country, the emergency management teams and all of the entities that came pouring in to help. It was amazing. But about 3 or 4 months after the immediate tragedy was over, I got a call from one of our colleagues, a congressman in New Jersey by the name of Jim Saxton. And Jim said, my community has been raising money and they want to give it to Oklahoma City to help. Would you come to New Jersey with me and see my folks and accept their gift? Now, I didn't know what to expect, but I thought the world of Congressman Saxton, and if his people were trying to help my people, absolutely. And we went up to New Jersey. And in a high school auditorium near a military base, the bands and the cheerleaders and the school kids and the adults in the community, it was quite an event. But they had done car washes, bake sales, they'd donated money, they'd raised cash, and they presented me with a huge check. Now, this is 31 years ago for $100,000. Now, that's a lot of money now, but that was an incredible amount of money in 1995 to give to people you'd never met, that you didn't know, but you knew you cared about. That is another one of those moments I'll never forget. $100,000. Bottom line is this. From that great tragedy came the foundation to educate people about these issues. From that tragedy came the memorial, memorializing, honoring, remembering those 168 lost people. And if you're ever, even remotely close to Oklahoma City, you should go and walk through that somber memorial and go through all of the educational exhibits at the foundation. Just the most amazing thing. Am I different today, still after all this time, than I was before the moment the tragedy struck? I'll always be different. I will always be different. When you've seen the worst of what humanity can do to itself, followed by the best of what humanity can do for itself, you can't help but be a changed person. Again, to my friends, thank you for everything that you did. Thank you for working so diligently for all those good folks in Oklahoma City and to everybody across the country. My grandparents could tell you when Wiley and Will had their tragedy. My father could quote you where he was standing in Elk City when they saw on a TV screen that President Kennedy had been assassinated. I will forever have burned in my memory that reporter tapping me on the shoulder. We have a report, there's been an explosion, the federal building's gone. Where is your office? I'll never forget that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, One last time, I want to thank everyone who helped us in Oklahoma City. I want to express my sympathy for everyone who lost someone in Oklahoma City. But thank goodness we are Oklahomans, but most importantly, we are Americans. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to anchor this special order hour on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus in honor of Black Maternal Health Week. For the 10th year in a row, the Black Mamas Matter Alliance led Black Maternal Health Week last week to address the high rates of preventable maternal mortality among Black women, who are more than 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. Black Maternal Health Week focuses on advocacy, community building, and policy change. And this year's theme, Rooted in Justice and Joy, highlights the need for both systemic change to address racial disparities and the celebration of Black motherhood and strength. This special order hour is an opportunity for the Congressional Black Caucus to discuss the ongoing crisis facing our nation's Black mothers and to explore solutions to protecting our community's Black women. So tonight, I start this special order hour with identifying the state of Black maternal health in our nation. In a nutshell, we are in crisis. And the Black maternal health crisis is not just statistics. 11 years ago next week, I nearly became one of those statistics when my daughter and I both nearly died when my placenta ruptured 9 weeks before my due date. I needed an emergency C-section. I had placenta previa, and because I had health insurance and access to pre- and postnatal care, I was one of the lucky ones. But too many Black women in America aren't so lucky. Compared to other high-income countries, the U.S. still has the highest rate of maternal deaths. In 2023, the most recent year for which data is available, the national maternal mortality rate actually declined. But Black women were still more than 3 times as likely as white women to experience a pregnancy-related death, and 87% of these deaths were preventable. In my own state of Virginia, after significant improvements from peak deaths in 2021, Virginia's maternal mortality rate got worse in 2023. Now, we face a complex road ahead as we seek solutions to protect Black women and families against this loss. The maternal health crisis connects health care with insurance policy, reproductive freedom, environmental policy, and so much more. These issues don't exist in a vacuum, and many of them are rooted in decades, I would say centuries, of inequity. These issues require a holistic approach to bring down the mortality rate and save lives. But recent rollbacks at the federal level risk deepening this maternal health crisis. Medicaid cuts and the expiration of the enhanced premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act have driven up the cost of maternal care for millions, making this vital care inaccessible for those unable to pay for it out of pocket. The Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade caused 1 in 3 women of childbearing years to live in states with abortion bans or extreme restrictions. And in those states with bans, women are 2 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related causes. Again, it's not just statistics. We've seen tragic stories of women like Amber Thurman and Candy Miller who died suffering miscarriages, awaiting simple procedures that could have saved their life. But the hospitals weren't sure if they fit within the exceptions to the ban. On top of this, the Trump administration has doubled down on making it harder to secure justice for Black families and address the maternal health crisis in Black communities. President Trump's executive order banning diversity, equity, and inclusion practices, limiting federal government's ability to enforce hospital accountability for treatment of black mothers, weeks after the Biden administration reached a historic settlement agreement to uphold these guidelines and provide training for hospital staff to address bias. Under the Trump administration, funding cuts and mass layoffs have left agencies like the Health and Human Services Department without the resources or staff needed to conduct research and implement policies that save lives, and thousands of data sets that have helped identify the maternal mortality factors and track how we're doing with policies to address them. These data sets can no longer be assessed. Now President Trump wants to go even further, as his proposed budget for 2027 calls for over $800 million in cuts to maternal and child health programs at HHS. The proposal would eliminate many essential programs entirely, including the Healthy Start program, which serves mothers and infants in high-risk communities, the maternal mortality review committees, the perinatal quality collaboratives, and other programs that track maternal mortality and share solutions for reducing it. This is not acceptable, and the Congressional Black Caucus will do everything within our power to oppose this proposed budget. But in the face of these setbacks at the federal level, we will continue to push for change. As a member of not only the Congressional Black Caucus, but the Black Maternal Health Caucus, and especially as a mom who faced that crisis personally, I am fighting back as we continue to push forward, because we cannot afford to wait, and we certainly can't afford to sit back and do nothing. And that's why I'm co-sponsoring the Momnibus, a package of 14 bills that aims to address the root causes of maternal health challenges, provide support to mothers, and study how we can build a better system for every American family in need of care. The Black Maternal Health Caucus has fought for this legislation for years. We will not stop until it becomes law. It must become law now. Our fight remains far from over, but legislators and advocates alike continue to work towards tangible change to eradicate this Black maternal health crisis. And I am proud to stand and work alongside members like the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, who I yield to now, Representative Yvette Clarke from New York.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Virginia, my colleague, my esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, for sharing her story and for being so pointed in the ways in which Black women have been disadvantaged with respect to Black maternal health, and for anchoring this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. Good evening, I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, and proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District in Brooklyn, New York. I rise tonight with my colleagues of the CBC because the state of Black maternal health in America is not just a public health issue, it's a moral crisis. In the wealthiest nation in the world, American women suffer the highest rates of maternal mortality. And this crisis falls hardest on Black women. We know the facts. In the United States, Black women are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The vast majority of complications are preventable with timely, high-quality care. Too many families are left grieving. Too many warnings have gone unheard. Behind every statistic is a name, a story, a family forever changed. These stories demand more than sympathy, they demand action. These disparities are the outcome of deep inequities in access to health care, structural racism, and a system that too often fails Black women at every stage of pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum recovery. These deaths are preventable, yet instead of preventing them and improving maternal health, Republicans are stripping coverage that mothers rely on, worsening an already deadly crisis. Efforts to dismantle health care, undermine reproductive health services, and strip away critical protections will continue to disproportionately harm Black women around our nation. Now is the time when we should be building on progress, not continuing the pattern of neglect and disregard for our health and our lives. We must continue to invest in community-based care, diversify the maternal health workforce, address implicit bias in our healthcare system, and ensure that every woman, no matter her zip code, has access to quality, affordable care. The Congressional Black Caucus will continue to fight for policies that center equity, protect access, and save lives. Black maternal health is about more than health care. It's about justice. It's about dignity. And it's about whether this country is willing to value Black women the way we deserve to be valued. We will not stop until Black mothers are safe, supported, able to thrive before, during, and after giving birth. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to the representative from Wisconsin, Gwen Moore.
Thank you so much, gentlelady, for anchoring this on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, and thank you so much for your passionate words and your lived experience. Unfortunately, your story is not a rare story. It is all too common, especially for women of color. And you know, as a mother, as a grandmother of 3 women, and a great-grandmother of 3 great-grandbabies, this is really personal to me. I have a real stake in this fight, which is one of the reasons that I really, really, really want to implore my colleagues, Ms. McClellan, to pass the Momnibus. This crisis demands immediate action, Mr. Speaker. As Black women, you have heard, are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And nearly over 80% of these deaths are preventable. These are not just data. There's stuff behind there. This is not done in a vacuum. This is because of the systemic failure of our healthcare system and its structural failures. And the thing is that the part that irks me so much, Ms. McClellan, is the fact that you said that 80, I said 80, you said 87% of these deaths are preventable in the wealthiest country in the world. You know, this is one of the reasons when I look at our Momnibus and I think of all of the bills that are in the bill, I think of women being served at every single phase of their pregnancy. That is, you could look at one of the initiatives I have, expanding the perinatal workforce, really wanting to provide doulas and provide people to help guide vulnerable women with vulnerable pregnancies through their pregnancies. You know, we talk about in our Momnibus, we are dealing with some like Miss Lucy McBath's extending WIC for New Moms Act, which would provide WIC support for postpartum and breastfeeding mothers. We have initiatives even to intervene in pregnancies that occur with incarcerated women. I have an initiative with Senator Baldwin over in the other house to provide no cost sharing for women's mental health, not only during the 9 months of pregnancy, but for 1 year postpartum. We're finding, Ms. McClellan, that so many of these deaths are occurring because of poor mental health among Black women without the appropriate interventions and health care. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, we can't cut Medicaid at the tune of $1.2 trillion and proposing $1.4 billion cuts in WIC for fruits and vegetables because we know that this is science-backed data that tells us you just really can't starve a kid, starve a woman during pregnancy and expect good health outcomes. So what's missing? What's missing, Mr. Speaker and Madam Convener of us tonight, is that we just don't have the sense of urgency about taking care of our children. And as a founding member of the Black Maternal Health Caucus, we've come up with some common sense and science and evidence-based legislation like the Omnibus that would truly make America healthier. And so I think we have a roadmap, the Congressional Black Caucus and the Black Maternal Health Caucus. We have a roadmap for change. The time for action, Mr. Speaker, is yesterday. And we must pass the omnibus. Black mamas can't wait. We know what the solutions are, and we just have to get to work. And with that, I would yield back to you.
Thank you, Representative Moore. I now yield to the representative from Illinois, Ms. Lauren Underwood.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we marked the 10th annual Black Maternal Health Week, a week of action and engagement and advocacy with the goal of ending our nation's maternal health crisis and the disparities that disproportionately impact Black women. Moms across America are demanding a comprehensive solution to this crisis. And while it affects moms from every community, of every demographic, we know that there are significant inequities across racial and ethnic lines. Black women die from pregnancy-related complications at 3 to 4 times the rate of their white counterparts, a disparity that exists across income brackets and education levels. Personal losses and staggering statistics like these are why 7 years ago, I co-founded the Black Maternal Health Caucus with my sister and colleague, Congresswoman Alma Adams. Today, the Black Maternal Health Caucus is one of the largest bipartisan caucuses on Capitol Hill. Our flagship legislation, which I am proud to lead along with Congresswoman Adams, is the Momnibus, a comprehensive package of 14 evidence-based bills designed to address every clinical and non-clinical factor leading to preventable maternal mortality, morbidity, and disparities in the United States. This legislation is designed to solve America's maternal health crisis and end the disproportionate risks faced by Black women. This is not a Band-Aid. This is the solution, and Congress must pass it now. Over the last 7 years, we have made incredible progress on maternal health and moving the priorities in the Momnibus forward. We've gotten hundreds of millions of dollars signed into law to fund life-saving research on maternal health and to support the organizations nationwide who are putting that knowledge to use on the front lines of the crisis. We've even passed the first Momnibus bill into law, the Protecting Moms Who Served Act, which helps our veterans receive the quality maternal care that they deserve. Yes, these are meaningful steps forward, but our work is not done. Moms are dying every single day, and it is time for us to come together and deliver a comprehensive solution because our moms deserve better. Moms like Dr. Janelle Green-Smith, a nurse midwife, a DNP, a professor and maternal health advocate who we tragically lost in January to childbirth complications days after delivering her daughter, Eden. She deserved better. Moms like Mercedes Wells, who survived giving birth by the side of the road minutes after being turned away from a hospital while in active labor in December. She deserved better. Moms like Kiara Jones, who was ignored while she sat in active labor crying out and doubled over in pain in a hospital waiting room. She deserved better. To end this crisis once and for all, and to ensure that all moms have access to the respectful and competent care they deserve, we must pass the whole Momnibus, the comprehensive solution to address maternal mortality in America.
This is a fight that we cannot lose. Black Maternal Health Week is a reminder that every mom of every background has a right to a safe pregnancy and postpartum period. Bringing new life into the world should be a time of celebration, not fear, not grief. And this year's Black Maternal Health Week theme, Rooted in Justice and Joy, reflects the incredible resilience of the moms, families, and advocates who are working every day to make that vision a reality for women across the country. So, as we have the Congressional Black Caucus recognizing Black Maternal Health Week through this special order hour, I'm so pleased that we have the opportunity as a Congress to celebrate the progress we've made together. But we also must rededicate ourselves to doing the work. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. And I now yield to the representative from Ohio, Amelia Sykes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us opportunity to rise in recognition of Black Maternal Health Week, a moment to reflect on a reality that should alarm every one of us in this chamber. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause in this country than white women. That is not a small disparity. It's a systemic failure. And in my home state of Ohio, the data tells us an even more painful story. While maternal mortality has risen for all women over time, the rate for Black mothers has more than doubled, from 29.3 to 59.7 deaths per 1,000 live births. These are not just numbers on a page. These are mothers who should be here today. These are families that should not be grieving. These are children growing up without the care, stability, and the love of the person who brought them into this world. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, enough is enough. Black mothers deserve to feel safe and supported throughout their pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum period. Every mother deserves high-quality, affordable health care, and addressing maternal mortality is not a partisan issue, it's a human issue. That's why long before I came to Congress, I worked on this issue at the state level. As the minority leader of the Ohio House, I helped co-found the first Ohio Black Maternal Health Caucus, the first of its kind in the country, because we could not ignore this crisis unfolding in our communities. And now in Congress, I continue that work as a member of the Congressional Black Maternal Health Caucus and as chair of the Reproductive Justice Task Force. But leadership is not just about titles and task forces, it's about action. That's why I'm an original sponsor of the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act, legislation that will save lives by investing in community care, strengthening the workforce, improving data, and addressing the root causes of maternal mortality. It's why I've introduced and supported legislation to protect access to emergency and labor care under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, better known as EMTALA, ensuring that no woman is turned away during childbirth and labor. And it's why I fought against the spread of dangerous disinformation through the Stop Anti-Abortion Disinformation Act, because misleading women during some of the most vulnerable moments of their lives has no place in a healthcare system built on trust and safety. We must also confront the role that access, or lack thereof, plays in these healthcare outcomes. In Ohio, Black mothers are more likely to rely on Medicaid to cover their births. That means decisions, including the $1 trillion cut to the Medicaid program that Republicans in this chamber made as part of the One Big Ugly Bill, are not abstract budget choices. These are risks imposed upon real people. They are decisions about whether these women can see a doctor, whether they can receive prenatal care, whether complications will be caught in time, and whether or not they live or die. In my home state of Ohio, 13 out of 88 counties are considered maternity care deserts, leaving tens of thousands of women without reasonable access to obstetric services. Imagine being told you are bringing a life into this world and then discovering that the nearest hospital that can safely deliver your baby is hours away. That is a reality that far too many families face today. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this as normal. Black maternal health is not just what happens inside of the doctor's office, because if it were so, we would have figured this out and solved this crisis decades ago. It's what happens outside of the hospital, the social determinants of health, the things that are going on in our communities: education, clean air, clean water, access to upward mobility. All of these things impact the ability for a woman to conceive and deliver a baby successfully. And one thing that most people don't seem to know, or maybe they do know and just don't like to talk about, is that the leading cause of death for pregnant women is violence. A Harvard study said that homicide deaths among pregnant women are more prevalent than deaths from hypertension, hemorrhage, and sepsis. And gun violence has been called a health emergency for pregnant women. So, Mr. Speaker, we can and must do more to protect pregnant women, not just inside the hospital, not just outside the hospital, but also within the intimate relationships that oftentimes find themselves creating deadly circumstances in which mothers and babies cannot live. Mr. Speaker, we stand on this floor often. We fight about a lot, but one thing should be very easy: protecting women, protecting babies, encouraging life and prosperity should not be something that is challenging or hard for us to all do together. And for that reason, we are here to celebrate Black mothers, honor Black Maternal Health Week, and ensure that all of our colleagues across the aisle are supporting the Momadas. Thank you so much to my colleague from the great state of Virginia, or the Commonwealth, of Virginia, for holding and hosting the Special Order Hour, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The threat to our hospital OBGYNs is not theoretical. Sentara, Southside, and Farmville, Virginia announced that the closure of its labor and delivery unit, and it ended OBGYN services at their Sentara Southside Community Hospital on December 19th, 2025, citing a combination of significant financial and operational challenges, including the recently enacted reductions in federal health care funding and the Medicaid cuts. I'd now like to yield to the Congresswoman from New Jersey, Representative LaMonica McGiver.
Thank you so much to my colleague of Virginia, the gentlewoman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to stand alongside my colleagues today in honor of Black Maternal Health Week. This time is about confronting inequities and downright racism in maternal care and ending our nation's maternal health crisis. Pregnancy should never cause a mother to fear for her life, but this is a reality for Black women. We know the statistics far too well. In the United States, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And in New Jersey, Black women are 7 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The greatest tragedy lies in the fact that 80% of these deaths are preventable. These deaths are rooted in racism. Many of the Black women in our lives can speak to hospital experiences where their pain was not taken seriously or their care was delayed. Far too long, the experiences and concerns of Black women have been cast to the side in our healthcare system. Today, they are being flat out ignored. This administration has directed programs to erase words like Black from funding applications. The question that my colleague Rep. Summerlee asked the Human Health Services Secretary last week demands an answer. How can we solve the Black maternal mortality crisis if we can't say the word Black? The silence is loud and intentional. With every statistic, there are real human costs behind them. And when the concerns of Black women are written off, our voices are erased. Behind every number is a family impacted forever. We don't want to be valued with words without that rhetoric being followed up with action. Black women have been witnessing a coordinated and vicious assault on the foundations of our freedom and history. And there are moments when the weight of these disparities feels overwhelming, when the statistics feel relentless and the stories feel too familiar. But I think about the women who came before us, who fought for dignity in healthcare they were never meant to receive, and who insisted that their lives were worth protecting even when the system said otherwise. So along with my CBC colleagues, I will continue to bring attention to this crisis until our nation starts to treat it like one. We will continue to demand action to close the health gap for Black mothers, expand access to prenatal and postpartum care, and confront the bias that exists in our hospitals today. The time for intervention is now. We refuse to wait until another tragedy is added to the list. And with that, I yield back.
I now yield to the Congressman from Texas, Representative Menifee.
Thank you very much to my colleague from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I speak today because Congress must do all it can to end the disparities in Black maternal health outcomes in this country. Mariah Ballard was 22 years old, a Houston woman who was 7 months pregnant. She was ready. She and her husband had just bought a 4-bedroom house. The nursery was set. The baby shower was planned. They had clothes, the onesies, the books, till she went to the hospital with a headache one day and had some dizziness. Doctors found her blood pressure was dangerously high. She had preeclampsia. They transferred her to a large hospital, one of the most celebrated medical institutions in the entire country. Over the next 3 days, her pain became unbearable. Her vision started to fail. Her blood pressure climbed to an untenable level. She kept pressing the call light in her room and kept pressing it, but nobody came. She lost her son in that experience, delivered stillborn. She woke up from surgery blind in one eye. Doctors later told her they wished that they had acted sooner. That Houston woman's story is not a tragedy, it's a pattern. Across this country, Black women die from pregnancy-related causes at 3 times the rate of white women. CDC tells us that more than 80% of those deaths are preventable. Not inevitable, but preventable. And in Texas, it's even worse. In my district, it's the worst in the nation. Harris County leads this nation right now in Black maternal deaths. From 2016 to 2020, the maternal mortality rate for Black women in Harris County was 83.4 per 100 live births, the highest in the nation. And it's only getting worse. Harris County's maternal morbidity rate climbed nearly 35% between 2019 and 2024, outpacing the Texas statewide increase every single year. This is happening in the shadow of the largest medical complex in the entire world. So what do we do about this? We as a body must act. We pass legislation like the Omnibus Act, which invests in the full spectrum of solutions that this crisis demands. We address the social determinants of health, stable housing, nutritious food, mental health care, because you cannot have a healthy pregnancy in an unstable life. We grow the perinatal workforce so that every woman giving birth has access to a midwife, a doula, a community health worker who looks like them, who understands their culture. And we extend postpartum coverage through Medicaid and WIC because a mother's health does not stop mattering the moment that she leaves the delivery room. Too many Black women walk into a hospital wondering if they'll walk out with an ailment or if they'll walk out at all. My wife wondered that when she was giving birth to our youngest son, and her blood pressure dropped to a dangerous level, and I looked her in the eye and saw not just tears flowing, but fear and the question of whether she would leave that hospital alive at all. Mariah Ballard wondered that when she pressed the call light, and she prayed, and she prepared herself to die. No woman should ever have to do that. Not in Houston, not in America, not ever. This body has the power to change that. There have been Black women who have been leading this special order hour today, and I wanted to be here to make sure that they knew that the Black men in this body have their back. We're going to do every single thing we can to pass the Omnibus Act to end these disparities in maternal health outcomes, and I intend to make sure that we do so. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I began, I said that the Black maternal health crisis was not just about statistics, because behind every statistic is a mom who didn't make it to raise her child. I want to tell one such story now of Kira Johnson. Kira was already a mom to Langston and Charles Jr., wife to Charles. She was a PhD student at Pepperdine. And on April 12th, 2016, she was admitted to Cedars-Sinai Hospital at about 12:30 p.m. for a routine C-section delivery. At 2:33, she gave birth to her son, Langston. At 3 p.m., Kira was out of the operating room and was taken to a post-anesthesia care unit. And shortly before 5 p.m., blood-tinged urine was seen in Kira's Foley catheter. By 5:24 p.m., Kira's Foley catheter was draining bright red blood. Her doctor was made aware of Kira's situation, but it wasn't until 6:44 p.m. that a surgical emergency CT scan was ordered, but it was ultimately not performed. At 11:42 p.m., 2 physicians were at Kira's bedside, and one performed an ultrasound that found expanding hematoma and now free fluid. They recommended taking Kira to surgery to identify the source of the bleeding, but her physician, Dr. Name, who was also at the bedside at this time, wished to continue expectant management at this time. By 12:30 a.m., as Kira's condition continued to rapidly decline, her husband, Charles, pleaded for help. And Kira was finally taken to surgery about 12:30 a.m. on April 13th, 2016, 10 hours from the time when the family initially realized that something was wrong. At 2:22 a.m. during surgery, Kira was found to have 3 liters of blood in her abdomen and did not survive the blood loss. She was pronounced dead at 2:22 a.m. on April 13th, 2016, and the autopsy stated that the cause of death was due to hemorrhagic shock due to acute hemoperitoneum or massive internal bleeding post-C-section. Now, Cedars-Sinai Hospital signed an agreement, reached a historic settlement agreement with the Biden administration's HHS Office for Civil Rights. It entered into a resolution agreement on January 6, 2025, to take significant steps towards ensuring that no other family has to go through what Kira's did. The agreement required Cedars-Sinai to provide training on the hospital's obstetric hemorrhage management policy, create a pain management protocol for assessing and managing acute pain for birthing patients, update guidelines for trial of labor after C-section delivery, and continue to track the vaginal birth after C-section success rate. Administer an online bias reporting tool to document incidents of bias or suspected bias experienced by patients and the public, require staff to complete respectful care trainings, and develop and implement a program to provide doula resources and patients. A week later, President Trump signed his executive order banning diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. And because the settlement agreement promotes diversity and equity efforts and is grounded in healthcare non-discrimination protections, it is under risk. That's just one example of how the actions of the Trump administration last year is making the maternal health crisis, particularly for Black women, worse. I spent a lot of time as a member of the Senate of Virginia working on addressing Black maternal health as a member of the Joint Commission on Healthcare. And through our maternal mortality review teams, we were able to track and identify the differences between rates of death of white women, Black women, Indigenous women, and we found the reasons were different. Using national data sets through the Pregnant Risk Assessment Monitoring System, or PRAMS, which is an entire CDC team that monitors risks associated with pregnancy, we were able to determine that, at least in Virginia, Black women were more likely to die due to cardiovascular issues, an underlying health issue, before they got pregnant, whereas white women were more likely to die from suicide or drug overdose related to mental health issues. With those different data sets and understanding these differences, we were able to focus on policies that address the underlying root causes to eliminate Black maternal deaths for both Black and white women. And we began to see some progress. But again, the very team managing PRAMS and the data sets we were using to identify the root causes and the differences is now gone. The staff that oversaw the HHS Health Resources and Services Administration, which is a national maternal mental health hotline that can help field calls from new moms seeking mental health support, was cut. DOGE canceled funding to several Black maternal health projects. The Trump administration defunded research at Morehouse's School of Medicine on how to improve the health of Black pregnant and postpartum women, cut research on how stress influences racial and ethnic differences in maternal health outcomes for women with hypertensive disorders, and it cut studies on uterine fibroids, which disproportionately impact Black women. And it wasn't just HHS and CDC that removed data sets. There was data from the Census Bureau, the EPA, as well as the CDC that were detailing racial and ethnic data broken out by other factors that helped show some of the risk factors that led to differences in these underlying health outcomes and maternal health outcomes. Without these data sets, how are we going to track the causes, which change over time, and put policies in place to address the causes, and then track to see if those policies are working? And so it's very frustrating, again, as someone who nearly bled to death giving birth to my daughter, that we're not able to address these, and there doesn't seem to be an urgency, as Congresswoman Moore said, to address these underlying causes. The Medicaid cuts are going to make it worse. Medicaid finances about 65% of births from Black mothers. And these cuts are only going to increase the disparity in maternal mortality rates and lead to more deaths as millions of Americans lose their health insurance. This health insurance is relied upon by pregnant women across the country for prenatal visits, but ultrasounds, screenings for conditions such as preeclampsia, gestational diabetes, postpartum depression, but it also helps them get annual physicals that will identify cardiovascular issues. The President's DEI executive order also makes it more difficult to address bias in medicine. We've seen medical schools that taught students for decades that Black people can tolerate more pain, which led to tragic outcomes. And we have heard story after story after story of women in the hospital who said after giving birth, something's wrong. And they were ignored, and something was wrong. This disparity also occurs in other health, but again, I want to connect the correlation between heart health and maternal health. I remember being at a conference discussing the disparity in heart health, where a woman said she had her first heart attack after she became a mother. After giving birth, and she went home and she felt odd, and the more she thought about it, she's like, I think I'm having a heart attack. And she went to the emergency room, and the doctor said, no, you're not having a heart attack. You don't meet the risk factors. You're only 36 years old. You've never had a history of heart disease. Come back later. You know, you're not having a heart attack. She went home. She was having a heart attack. Unfortunately, she was able to get back to the hospital before she died. That's just one example We've heard many, whether you're Serena Williams or Kira Johnson, where you know something's wrong, and yet the hospital, the doctors don't listen. That happens more and more to Black women. We've got to do something about it. So you heard today that the Black Maternal Health Caucus has put forward, under Rep. Underwood and Rep. Adams' leadership, the Momnibus Act. So what is that? It's a comprehensive package of 14 individual bills that will make critical investments in the social determinants of health that influence maternal health outcomes, like housing, transportation, nutrition, pollution. It'll extend WIC eligibility in the postpartum and breastfeeding periods. It'll provide funding to community-based organizations working to improve maternal health outcomes and promote equity. Increase funding for programs to improve maternal health care for veterans. Grow and diversify the perinatal workforce to ensure that every mom in America receives maternal health care and support from people they trust. Improve data collection processes and quality measures to better understand the causes of maternal health crisis in the United States and inform solutions to address it. Support moms with maternal mental health conditions and substance abuse disorders. Improve maternal health care and support for incarcerated moms. Invest in digital tools to improve maternal health outcomes in underserved areas, particularly rural. Promote innovative payment models to incentivize high-quality maternal care and non-clinical support during and after pregnancy. Invest in federal programs to address maternal and infant health risks during public health emergencies. Invest in community-based initiatives to reduce levels and exposure to climate change-related risks for moms and babies. Promote maternal vaccinations to protect the health of moms and babies. And make critical investments in research to reduce preventable causes of maternal deaths and improve health care for women before, during, and after pregnancy. This bill has 205 House co-sponsors and has been endorsed by 313 national organizations across a variety of issues. We hope that this will be the year, this 10th anniversary of Black Maternal Health Month will be the year we make progress, because we've already regressed and we can't afford to wait a moment longer. And I'd be remiss if I didn't reiterate yet again the importance of reproductive freedom. When a woman is told, as I was, if you get pregnant again, you could die, the decision from that point on, well, really the decision at any point of when, whether, and how to get pregnant should be with her and her partner and who she wants to have part of the decision, and not her government. The decision of what type of contraception to get access to should be hers and her doctor's. Because when you reach a certain age, some contraception is more risky, and yet the forms that are best for you, some politicians, not doctors, politicians, don't think you should have access to. And these abortion bans that have exceptions for the life of the mother, we've seen, particularly in Texas and in Georgia, that has led to tragedies where women show up in the midst of a miscarriage, in the midst of bleeding out, and the hospital has to wonder, are they close enough so that we can provide the care that they need, or do we have to wait until they're septic? Well, once they're septic, it's probably too late. These are things that we've been warning about before the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. And unfortunately, our warnings have come true. We've got to think through the impact of when politicians make decisions about health care and not physicians and patients. it can have tragic results. And so the Congressional Black Caucus and the Black Maternal Health Caucus will continue to fight for Black moms everywhere. We will continue to fight so that we don't need Black Maternal Health Week anymore. We will continue to fight, rooted in justice and joy, so that no other mother has to worry when they get the best news if it's going to end tragically. We are here to make sure that it doesn't. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman has a motion.
I do, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for our debate.